Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you all do? Hello! Alright, chat. So, today, today we are going to keep going with the ARCHON quest. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but I woke up really late and I didn't really have the energy to stream. And I slept like ass, but last night I slept a lot better. So we should be able to do it without too much of a problem today. That being said, before we do, let's do the mini. Concert, tees, pins, posters, etc. Merch. Quick on one's feet. Witty? Smart? There's too many options. Patented metal fastener on Levi's jeans. What? Word shouted during a defibrillator scene. Clear. Fucking god is. It's not smart or witty. Study of the stars and planets for short. Is it just Astro? Feels like it shouldn't be. But, I mean, I guess so. Name tag heading. What does that mean even? I'm so confused. Kind of orange with a belly button. As good as it gets. Great. Oh, rivet. Rivet. That makes sense. Rivet. Okay, okay. Oh, agile. I don't think I can get this one. I'm like actually at a loss here. Manga? What the fuck does that have to do with suffix for a huge fad? What's an example of a word that uses manga as a suffix for a huge fad? Yeah, it would work as mania. Like mania would make sense, but oops. Wait, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, chat. I'm back. Um, ideal? Hello? Novel. There we go. There we go. What? This is yapping. I have not done Kachina calcs. I've seen her numbers, and I've said that her numbers are fucking awful, so it was not really worth doing calcs because her damage is gonna suck no matter what. I have not claimed that she does good damage. And I definitely have not claimed that I've done calcs on her. But yeah, usually when you see someone saying something, saying Zajef said this on Reddit, take it with a grain of salt. Most of the time, they're literally just making it up and using my name as a way to give their bullshit some credit. They both are wrong. I mean, I didn't bother reading the other one. I just saw this and yeah. But I mean, this feels like it's out of context. Like I'm missing the first thing that this person is replying to, so I don't know what they're yapping about. I'm unaware. All right, so today's the wrong day for books, right? Check this Shillinen nerf out. That's a what? Oh, this is a joke. I see. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't really care. Yeah, apparently she survived V1. No Imaginarium Theater today? No. Imaginarium Theater is gonna have to wait until I'm done with the Archon quest. It's Kaniche Books Day. I still have a lot of time for Kaniche. 2 whole weeks. Are you pulling Kaniche despite hating him in the Archon quest? Yeah, probably. Wrong set. Kaniche video is doing pretty good. Yeah, I saw. But I whatever. I don't want to talk. I want Zajef. I want to play Mulaney with Shillinen and Shangling. Would Mona be the best standard banner character to pick for that team, or is Daya better? I mean, you're gonna get more damage with Mona, but you're not gonna be able to use Mona's burst every rotation in a team like that because you're just not gonna generate enough energy. Also, is this good? Isn't this like pretty good for Shillinen? I guess so. Yeah, I'll lock it. Rate Archon quest, I'd say 7 out of 10. I think if I want to properly rate the Archon quest so far, I have to like separate the pre-Molani and post-Molani part of the quest. Because I think that before you go to Molani's tribe, before you go to the Hot Spring arc, I would give it honestly 8.5 or 9 out of 10. But the Hot Spring arc is like a 4. Callis. Hot Spring Arc was kind of nice as a change of pace. I mean, to me, the fact that it's a change of pace isn't enough. It also has to be interesting, and it just wasn't for me. I watched Mob Psycho because of you, and now it's my all-time favorite. Pog. I'm happy to hear it. Although, as I have mentioned on Twitter recently, Mob Psycho is not my favorite show anymore. My rewatch of Apothecary Diaries has made me realize that Apothecary Diaries is my favorite show now. I just finished rewatching it, and honestly, I could rewatch it again. It's just so fucking good. Are you gonna read the original source? I don't know. Maybe. Okay, I have not gotten a single one from this set. What's going on here? Dude, imagine if that was on this set. Bro! Shit game. I really like Apothecary Diaries, but the male lead irritates me. I mean, he also irritates the main character. That's kind of what he's supposed to do. But I like, I'm not saying you have to like it, right? Like, but you know, it is what it is. If you don't like him, you don't like him. That's okay. Anyways, chat. Yesterday I rewatched Ascendance of a Bookworm. And and it was a very pleasant experience. I didn't expect a rewatch to be as entertaining as it was, but it really was. I guess it's the kind of show that's fun to rewatch. What's the most times you rewatch the same show? That's a good question. No, I can't use this! Fuck! I can't use this! It's fine. Maybe I can use it on Kanich. Probably not, though. That's actually evil. I agree. Off piece? Eh. Don't really want to level something like that as an off piece. Request a 7 TV emote. Let's see what you got for me. That's a good one. I like it. That's a good emote. That's a perfect emote. I have no notes. Of course. Yeah. That's fucking ass, man. Triple mineral. Oh. Fucking hell, dude. Jesus. Anyways, I ended up catching up to the Ascendance of a bookworm manga as well, and it's made me realize something. It's very frustrating when the translation is awful ass, and that dude, the translations for the manga is so bad. At least the translations I could find. They're so awful, man. God. Learn Japanese, dude. I might have to. Like, fucking hell, man. And I feel like Ascendance of a Bookworm's, like, specifically struggles with it even more because people are often referred to by their role, but their role is translated differently based on who did the translation. There's yeah, we can have in-game sounds. There's basically like at the temple in Ascendance of a Bookworm, there's like two roles of high authority, the high priest and the head priest. But sometimes in some translations, the head priest is referred to as high priest, and the high priest is referred to as bishop. And then sometimes it's temple head, and then sometimes dude, it's so annoying, man. You can never know who they're talking about. It's so fucking annoying. Anyways, it is what it is. Oh yeah, also, this has been wrong for a while. Oops. Chat, is Zajef real? No, I'm not. Also, we might as well do the waiting now. Can't decide between mine and mine, true. That as well. But that one's not as annoying, because at least you always know who they're talking about. This is a pre-recorded stream? Yeah. If this is a pre-recorded stream, it means that your question was also pre-recorded, which means you're also a paid actor. Ribbozo. How far along are you? I don't want to ask a spoiler question. I have finished Act 1 and that's it. Or do you mean for Ascendance of Bookworm? I'm at chapter 41. I just finished reading chapter 41 of part 3 in the manga. You have a long way to go. Yeah, I mean that's all that I could find translated though. How many chapters are out in the original? Any knowers? And does anyone know where I can find more translated chapters than... Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Manga Dex has a lot.
Travel information here. Inquiries welcome.
Can you send me a DM on Discord so I don't forget the name? If you know where I can find more chapters, please send me a DM on Discord so I don't forget the name. I don't trust any of these websites, so I don't want to open them on my actual computer. I just open them on my laptop. So I don't want to just like open them now so I can have them open. I'd have to go get my laptop. Mr. LeJew, do you accept manga recommendations? If you have any recommendations, feel free to DM me with any recommendations. Anime, manga, anything. I'm always happy. Like, I might not check them out, but I'm always happy to get them. The Jeff manga arc, time to read all the good manga? No. I don't think you understand. I'm not here to read the good manga. I'm here to read all the bad isekai. On Manga Reader, it's up to chapter 49. Please send me a DM with that. I would very much appreciate that. Thank you. Have you read/watched Tanya? I actually did, like, yesterday or 2 days ago. I didn't love it too much. I thought it was kind of underwhelming. I mean, I could tell I wasn't gonna like it, but I mean, I didn't like it. That seems interesting. Okay. Just read on mangadex.org. Again, send me a DM on Discord with the name of the website, please. Not the link, just the name. I'm just Zajef77 on Discord. My anime website got July 1sted with the Purge. Aware. Saw your thread about Fruits Basket, which influenced so much of my formative years almost 2 decades ago, and it made me think how differently I would have perceived it if I picked it up just now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these things, like, as if you just interpret them as like Fruits Basket is the way it presents them isn't bad. It's the actual subject matter that's disturbing. But it doesn't acknowledge itself as disturbing. Like, obviously, there are some parts that are acknowledged as disturbing, right? Like, the abuse part is acknowledged as disturbing. But a lot of the other disturbing parts are just glossed over. And if you don't already understand that that kind of shit is fucking weird, man, then it's not gonna click for you, right? Are you planning on finishing the ARCHON quest today? That would be the hope. Yes, that would be the hope. But there's no need to rush. We can do a bit of a longer stream. I've done a lot of short streams and taken a lot of days off this month. Days off last month, so I kind of want to make up for that by doing longer streams this month. Kind of want to stall, exactly. But yeah, getting back to Tanya, I was actually like, I don't really get why it has such a positive score. I guess it's just because it's a power fantasy. I don't know, man.
Feels like a whole new planet after those 2 days in the hot springs. The abyss kind of threw a wrench in our relaxation, though.
Because she's a war criminal, is that supposed to be a positive or a negative? Thank you, XHG. I appreciate that. Everybody just loves Nazi aesthetic? I guess so. I really like Tanya. It was just really fun. Yeah, I mean, personally, I just didn't see that. Like, it wasn't particularly fun for me. What do you think about Overlord? Overlord is okay. Just like, I really love Eminence in Shadow because it was stupid. Yeah, okay. I actually tried rewatching Eminence in Shadow, seeing if I tried to approach it in a different way, it would become watchable. And I had to drop it because it's just so fucking ass. Like, fucking hell. Dude, it's actually, like, it's so bad. It's just, I like it so much, CBH, it's my kind of satire. I don't see it. Like, I get that it's supposed to be satire, but, like, it's not funny. Like, to me, that's the biggest sin a satirical show can commit. Just being painfully unfunny. And it's just so painfully unfunny. Which show are we talking about? Eminence and Shadow. Humor is subjective. I mean, sure, that's fair. To me, it's painfully unfunny. The joke is basically, haha, I am edgy and overpowered. And that's it. But they do that one joke for 40 episodes. And I don't know, man. It's just an aware power fantasy. The thing is, I feel like people place too much value on self-awareness when it comes to generic things. I would rather watch something that is not self-aware, but that actually tries to do something interesting, but then watch someone, then watch something that is just garbage, and the author is always like, yeah, I know it's garbage, isn't that funny? Like, shut up, man. I don't care. With the standard of comedy anime with Psyche K, I don't think your standard should be, like, so high. I think considering Psyche K as the standard for comedy anime is too... It's too high of a bar. Let me actually go through the list of things I've watched. Maybe GTO is what you should consider to be the standard. GTO is dated though. Like if you made GTO today, it wouldn't be as good. I wonder actually what the standard should be. Maybe this. I don't know. You know what, though? The more I think about it, the more I want to give this an 8. It might be worth an 8. And I need to rewatch Gochi as well. I think that's what I'll do today. I'll rewatch both of these and evaluate if they should be 8s. You like combatants but not Konosuba? Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, I like Konosuba as well. Combatants and Konosuba have the same score for me. I like the setting of Konosuba more, but I dislike. I think Konosuba is less funny. Like, to me, the main difference between Konosuba and combatants is when it comes to Konosuba, the sex jokes start at haha sex. Oh, they start at haha and they end at sex in the haha sex. In combatants, it's a little bit more elaborate than just haha, he pervert. Ooh, she pervert. It's not the subject matter, it's the structure, you know? Maybe I should rewatch the Elicitation Dungeon as well. Heard good things about it. Yeah, I mean, when I watched it, I thought it was okay. Manga's really good for Dungeon Meshi. Maybe I'll read ahead then. We'll see. Yo, Zaj, I haven't been able to watch recently. How are you liking Natlan music? Natlan music, in my opinion, is so far my second favorite region in terms of music. Although, I will say that the music in this area is not as good as the music in Kachina's area. Sumeru's first, yeah, Sumeru's first. Although I like the exploration in Natlan so far a lot more than Sumeru as a whole. I think it's pretty similar to Sumeru Forest, though. You only like Sumeru because I'm from there? Shut up, you're white. Sorry, buddy. Oh, actually, that is why you're from Sumeru. True. Good point, good point. What the fuck is put? It's put. How you doing, Nick? You wanna join for the contexto? No, I gotta help the judge scuffed cosplays. Yeah, he DM'd me about that, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And he didn't answer. So I'm just But I can't today anyways, because I gotta do the Archon quest. Okay, contexto, then I vanish? Alright.
Hello.
What's up?
You said 7 minutes 15 minutes ago, so.
Okay. Huge.
Wait, wait, just DM me. I'm doing contexto with Zaj. 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, pull it up.
Alright. Balls! sport, place, time, person.
What am I supposed to read this?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I got this. Watch. Food.
Food.
Fuck. City. Religion. Wait, ball is kind of close. Funny ball. Cold. Comedian. Emotion. What the fuck? Wait, do man, woman again.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, they're actually pretty close. That's fine.
Dude, that's fucked up.
Dude, yesterday I did it. I got the word was chief, and man was like 6 times closer. It was fucked up. Man was like 500. Woman was like 6,000.
Damn.
Fucking context though. Okay, wait.
I
Funny's
think
pretty
it's
close.
because people say chief as like an interjection.
Like, hey man.
Yo,
Hey chief.
what's up, chief? How you doing
Yeah,
today,
I guess-
chief?
Yeah, you can say hey man. You can't really say hey woman. That sounds kind of like problematic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds a little weird.
That sounds kind of fucked. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Hey, woman, you there?
That's fucked. You. Okay. Funny, happy is definitely like something pejorative. Is that the word? It's like an adjective.
Yeah.
Like charismatic. Shark.
Ugly doesn't count?
It's fucked.
What?
Oh, what?
What?
What the hell? Wait. It's actually our sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN.
Dude, what?
Dolphin?
What? The fuck, man? Dude, what?
Shrimp. Sea. Whale is really high. Plankton?
I doubt it. C is really low.
It's definitely. Wait, whale? Whale. What's like a whale? Oh, a narwhal.
Okay, what about... Okay, let's try... Fuck, how do you write it? Okay, it's not an amphibian because mammal is closer. It's not a fish because mammal is closer.
Platypus. It's not a platypus. Oh.
Not that far.
Seal?
Okay, what about land mammals, like a tiger? Okay.
Turtle?
It's not... What? Wait, reptile?
Really, eggs. Crocodile. Oh! Alligator would be... Yeah. Wait, crocodile's so fucking close.
Dude, it's so... What?
Isn't a crocodile like a dinosaur? But I feel like dinosaur wouldn't be water. Yeah. Shark. Crocodile. What's the closest thing to a crocodile? A hippo? Oh shit.
Wait, what? It's actually a hippo.
Holy shit.
Holy.
See, what sits there with their mouth open? I was like, hippo.
Hippopotamus.
Damn. We popped off.
Okay, why is lizard closer than mammal?
I don't know. Maybe because you think of like a big lizard. Mammal could be anything.
I feel like
Anything
Dextel's got something wrong here.
Yeah, Dextel's cooked.
Yeah, it's a little cooked, I think.
Oh, because you can say hey reptile, you can't say hey mammal.
Alright, have a good day.
Okay, have a good day.
Alright. So, Paimon feels like a whole new Paimon after those 2 days in the hot springs. The Abyss kind of threw a wrench in our relaxation, though.
Still, spending time here really has felt like a vacation. The Kaholasaurs are so nice and so fun to play with. Their bellies are super bouncy. Oh, and Atea's snacks were so delicious. She gave Paimon some for the road just this morning, actually.
Wait, she's not dead yet?
Yelling at some kids who got
Yeah.
caught throwing stones in the hot springs, so not much has changed since we first met her.
Hey, you guys. Sleep well last night?
Yep, this area is so nice.
Glad you like it. I was thinking of taking you guys out to do some sea fishing. Later tonight, we can eat whatever we catch. Fresh fish is absolutely delicious right off the grill.
Hey, Moalani!
I don't know why, but the name Tonina feels like an Aboba variation. Am I the only one?
Yeah? What do you need?
The team sent out to fight in the Night Warden Wars has returned.
Oh, actually, chat. Another thing that I watched since last stream is Heavenly. Wait, no. What's it called? To Your Eternity. I watched To Your Eternity. Now that's the thing I watched. That's what it's called. The Zajef is being demoted to third monitor until the Archon quest resumes. Damn, that's fucked up. Both seasons, yeah. How was it? It's the kind of show that falls off for sure. I'd say the first like 10 episodes are amazing. Then it falls off a little bit for the next half of season 1. And then season 2 is pretty disappointing. Same author has a silent voice. That explains why I was fucking crying so much. Yeah, I think it really fell off post Gugu. Wasn't season 2 really good? Season 2 was okay. Yeah, when is season 3 coming out? Not yet. Not yet. Available. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. I mean, okay. First half Bon in the second season carries the second season on its back. But second half Bon and pretty much everything else is just underwhelming. By the way, did you guys know that bon chien means good dog in French? That's his name. His name is hilarious? Yeah, it is. It really is. Chad, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday! Maynak Biz was 69. And here's to a great year ahead. Is Chillin' a character that you would personally pull for? Probably, yeah. We're still here. That we are, yes. I had things I wanted to yap about. You know what? Actually, I should rank some of these. Let me wait. I do want to rank Your Eternity. What score would I give it though? I give it a 7. The thing is, the first 10 episodes are so good. If it ended post Gugu, I'd give it a 9. What is a Gugu? Gugu's one of the characters. You didn't like the Fight Island? No, not at all. Gugu's the best character? I mean, is that true? I don't think so. March is my goat. March 7th, true. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'll add it to my list, I guess. What is it? I've heard about it, and I've watched a few episodes a long time ago, but I didn't like it very much. So I don't know if it's really something I want to do. I'll think about it, though. It's either Gugu, March, or first half Bond. Okay, if we're including first half Bond, it's definitely first half Bond. Okay, but second half Bond is ass. Anyways.
And Kachina? Is she back as well?
Kachina fell in battle. But don't worry, the team was victorious, so the rite of resurrection will be held in the stadium soon.
Damn, rip Bozo.
That's a relief. The Abyss is cunning, and it was her first time. Mistakes are bound to happen.
Okay, I wonder if everything is gonna go properly. Cause like, okay, we already know that there's going to be some interference from the Fatui, right? Like, that's something we know just from the fact that we know Capitano and the Archon are going to fight, right? It's unfortunate, because it effectively just means that they spoiled themselves, but if we're being completely honest, I don't think I could have avoided spoilers of the fact that Capitano and the Archon were going to fight. Have you seen the fight scenes? I've seen a lot of people post videos of it on Twitter, but I've always scrolled past it, so I haven't actually seen it. Can't believe they're alright with sending a child to battle. Honestly, I don't mind it too much. Like, you have to keep in mind that it's a fantasy world with magical powers that people wield in different ways. And you can't evaluate things based on our social norms. The reality is that Kachina beat up multiple adults in the tournament. In terms of strength, she earned her right to be the one to go. She was stronger than her competition. Is it shitty that a child so young has to bear so much responsibility? I mean, yeah, sure, it's unfortunate. But if she is the one who's in the best position to do it, what's more irresponsible? Intentionally nerfing your own strength and potentially risking the security and safety of everyone by losing to the Abyss? Or protecting her from the battlefield? I think it's a reasonable conversation to have. I think both perspectives can be defended, but I don't think the point I'm making is it's not the same thing as child soldiers in actual reality, right? Like in human history, children have been employed in war in order to demoralize enemy troops, not because they were actually better at war. It's a different situation altogether if the child actually is the best person for the job. But that's not a situation that actually could happen in real life. And so it's hard to make comparisons with our social norms, right? Maybe not deciding who goes to war based on the competition and make an actual trained army instead. Why send only 5 soldiers at a time? I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that idea, but we don't know why they only send 5 soldiers. So saying, well, they should just do something different when we don't understand their reasoning for doing it the way they do is premature. But yeah.
Exactly. She deserves to hold her head up high.
All right, thanks for letting me know. We'll head out in a bit. Jeez, She sounded a little anxious there. Had me thinking it was bad news for a moment.
Mualani, you said the Abyss was cunning just now, but it seems like the Abyss just wants to destroy everything.
Is that even true? Like, we've had multiple dealings with the Abyss where they were doing some cunning shit, no? Like, what the fuck is Paimon yapping about? Why is she saying this? That was the Abyss order? Oh. Are those different? Abyss Order uses the power of the Abyss? I see. So... I didn't know the Abyss itself could do things as well. No, that's why I was confused.
Like, think about all those monsters that attacked your tribe. If there really was some sort of cunning plan, wouldn't it make more sense to send them to attack Kachina and her small team?
I mean, what are they yapping about? Why would it make more sense? Do you know what their goals are, Paimon? If their goal is to kill people, it makes a lot more sense to dispatch monsters on random residential places than against the 5 strongest warriors in Natlan.
Not that Paimon wants them to be in any more danger, it's just...
Relax, I get it. The Abyss is difficult to understand, that's for sure. At a glance, it certainly seems like the only goal is total destruction. The Abyss isn't a living entity after all, so what capacity for logic or planning could it possibly possess? But through our long history of fighting the Abyss, we've realized things aren't quite so simple. 500 years ago, the Abyss invaded Teyvat. You know about that, right? That's right. Conria suffered greatly during that time. But so did every other nation in Teyvat.
Oh my god. God. I feel like I'm not playing Genshin Impact. We're getting proper lore exposition in the Archon quest in a situation where it makes sense for a character to do the exposition. Holy fuck, competent writing? No shot. What the fuck?
And Natlan was the worst affected of all. It took the combined efforts of the then Pyro Archon and heroes from every tribe to finally repel the Abyss. Even so, the effects of the invasion lingered for hundreds of years, only able to be reversed little by little. Our tribe's waters were contaminated. The Children of Echo's territory was overrun by dangerous sludge surging from underground. Unrelenting black winds tore across the lands of the Flower Feather clan. It was like each disaster was designed for a specific tribe. Exactly. We once thought that the Abyss's desire for destruction was a sort of primal instinct, but its methods are, in truth, marked by intelligence. We now believe the Abyss has invaded the Night Kingdom, and has the capacity to read the memories of this land at any given moment.
And that's how it became so dangerous and cunning. Almost like it knows you inside and out.
Yes, and that's why we've been unable to fully eradicate it, even after all this time. Luckily, the problems left behind by the Abyss have been successfully addressed by the various Pyro Archons we've had over the years.
The music in this time, yeah, it's a little weird for the background music for this conversation, but that's okay.
Now every tribe is prospering and things are looking up. I mean, just look at what we managed to do a few days ago. We totally fought them off.
You must have had to sacrifice a lot to get to this point.
Every battle, every sacrifice is in pursuit of a future where we get to stop fighting. Responsibility, duty, unavoidable burden. Everyone in Natlan views the war differently. But I believe we will be rid of the Abyss one day, and the efforts of all who fought against them will become a story for the ages. To think that my name could survive in ballads passed down to future generations, it's kind of romantic. Everyone has something that drives them forward, you know? Be my guest. Heroes are always welcome in Natlan.
Milani, I have a question for you. Can my name become an ancient name if I become enough of a hero? Because if so, I'm gonna rename myself to These Nuts. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. That joke was so bad. It's not a joke. It's just...
Anyway, let's head to the stadium. Our fishing trip can wait until Kachina's back with us.
Same one joke. Shut up.
The sea's not going anywhere.
Black stone under a white stone. The hero D's of nuts. The hero mind goblin.
Whoa,
Wait, Kachina's the only one who died? Oh. That's sad.
Of course. No one's gonna miss out on the chance to welcome our heroes back from battle. It's their moment of glory. Kachina's gonna be so flustered. She's never had this many eyes on her before.
You say that, but she beat you up in this very arena a few days ago.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes being the center of attention.
Looks like I'm just in time.
Kanich, you're
Yeah, a commission ran longer than expected, but I made it. I heard about the incident with your tribe, Mualani. Is everyone alright?
Yeah, it's all taken care of. Our new friend here's got some tricks up her sleeve, by the way. She's just as strong as Kachina made her out to be.
Hey, look! Is it about to start?
That's right. Someone will come out and recite a eulogy, and then we'll sing the Ode of Resurrection together. Come on, let's find a spot with a good view. When the singing starts, just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
What the fuck is that hat, bro?
Let's go somewhere higher up so Kachina can spot us.
Goofy hat? True. This hat looks cool though.
Warriors of Natlan, heed the call of life. We are the inheritors of memory and legend. Those who grew alongside sun and wind. Those who forged our own destiny and future. That is Natlan's fire, the lifeblood of our nation.
Music muted here, so it was very awkward.
I could not find Kachina within the Night Kingdom, or locate her ancient name.
What?
What does that even mean?
Usually once the ode is complete, the Pyro Archon and resurrected person will...
What's going on? This has never happened before.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Clearly, the team sent to fight the Abyss didn't win after all.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Think about it. The Ode rekindles all victors. We've witnessed it countless times. Since the Archon couldn't find Kachina in the Night Kingdom, that must mean there's more to this victory than meets the eye.
Dude, bro thought he was spitting bars, man. What the fuck? There's more to this victory than meets the eye. Holy shit, man! Taboo crushed their balls. What the fuck?
Hey, you just haven't gotten over the fact that Kachina beat you in the pilgrimage.
Pathetic. The both of you.
Your wild guesses are misplaced. We completed our mission.
Maybe you did, but who's to say whether that little girl even contributed at all? Maybe she got scared and ran off. Why would the YUB recognize someone like her, even if she was on the winning team?
How dare you insult a hero of Natlan like that? Kachina sacrificed herself to repel the Abyss. She doesn't deserve to be subjected to your vile rumors when she's not even here to defend herself.
Calm down, Mualani. there's no point arguing with the likes of them.
I can't just sit here and let them slander her like that.
To insult a hero of Natlan, the person actually has to be a hero.
Holy fucking shit.
You...
Think about it, everyone. Who do you think is really at fault here? A girl who never should have even gone to war? Or the great Pyro Archon? Why would the rules of our nation suddenly stop working?
Yes, the two only possible options here. It's the fault of the little girl, and it's the fault of the Archon. The moon is a little sus, man. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. If she wasn't revived, it must mean she failed to achieve victory. Maybe the Zajef interpret victory in different ways?
I mean, that girl didn't look all that strong to me.
Kachina wouldn't have run! That's not like her at all!
No! She's been waiting for this moment for too long. No matter how daunting the situation, no matter how scared she might feel, she's always the first person to stand up and face it head on.
I actually don't know if she's talking to us or to everyone, because it's...
We don't even know what happened. So don't you dare try to use this as an excuse to vent your
apparently
anger
she's
or
still talking to
slander her
everyone,
reputation.
even though she's looking at us and speaking softly.
Fine. We'll find out what happens soon enough. Then, we'll see who truly deserves glory.
Why is he yapping? Like, I don't really understand. Even if she doesn't, he definitely is not the one who is deserving of glory. Like, why is he saying this? Bro, you're a generic looking NPC. If someone deserves Kachina's glory, it's not you.
That's enough. There is no doubt about today's victory, or Kachina's part in it. She is a hero worthy of our admiration and celebration. However, the failure of today's ceremony is undeniable. Kachina has not been rekindled, and I offer you all my deepest apologies as I continue to investigate this matter. To prevent further casualties, I have decided to suspend the pilgrimage until this matter is resolved.
What?
No one is all-knowing. No one is infallible, not even myself. But doubt is a means by which we seek the truth, not a weapon we wield against others.
But I wanted to frame the little girl!
I didn't mean it that way, Archon. I
wanted people to hate the dead little girl more! Miss Pyro Archon, why are you preventing me from doing so?
If there are things you wish to clarify, then ask me directly. Doubt my answer if you wish, but now's your chance. You have concerns? State them.
No, of course not.
Even though I have said nothing to change your mind, then it would seem the truth never mattered to you at all.
That guy doesn't even have the courage to answer the Pyro Archon's question. So much for all that glory talk earlier.
I have a question, Archon. My friend Kachina. Do you have any idea
Bro,
where
she's
she
dead.
is? It's extremely important to
She's
me.
dead, Milani.
I know you said you were investigating the situation, but I'm sorry, that's not enough.
I've already shared everything I know. If you want to learn the truth and rescue your friend sooner, you should join the investigation.
Oh, is she hearing Milani's whispering? That's something I complained about 2 days ago when I did part 1. It's like the voice director didn't tell them, hey, these two characters are very far apart. They're not just standing next to each other. Their voice has to project here.
So, What do you say?
Of course I'll join.
In that case, come see me in the speaker's chamber.
We should join them.
Oh, and if it's not too much trouble, could you drop by as well, Traveler? I'd like to have a chat. Rest assured, everyone, I'll keep the tribal chiefs informed on the progress of the investigation. Once again, I apologize for the outcome of this ceremony. If there are no further questions, let's part for now.
Do you hate Chaska too, like everyone? I don't hate her as much as other people do, but I do think she looks kind of boring.
Did she just ask us to come along?
Paimon, you didn't need to say that.
I believe she did. Let's go. I'd like to know what's going on myself.
Thoughts on how? I like him. Cause he's mean to Kanich, and Kanich deserves it.
The situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Kachina is undoubtedly a hero of Natlan, and I'm deeply sorry this happened to her. There's been unrest in the Night Kingdom, but I don't know what's causing it. As a result, I've been unable to track down her location. Until we find and address the cause of the unrest, the Ode of Resurrection will continue to be ineffective.
And that means Kachina won't be able to come back?
That's correct. Not until the problem with the Night Kingdom is resolved.
How long will that take?
It's hard to say.
Kachina always dreamed of fighting the Abyss. Of doing her part to defend Natlan.
Music is so fucking good here. Holy. Is this song they made a live version for? I don't think so. The one they made a live version for was the Ode of Resurrection itself. This is a variation of it. It's much slower. I don't think the time signature is the same either. This is in 4/4. The Ode of Resurrection, I think, is 3/4. It's a variation of it with vocals slightly changed and effectively slowed down by changing the time signature to 4/4 instead of 3/4.
She wasn't afraid of death because she knew, if it came down to it, the Pyro Archon would be there to bring her back to life. Whenever we sat down together, exhausted from training, she would always hum the Ode of Resurrection. She was supposed to come back to us. We were supposed to hug her and celebrate with her and share her joy.
To me, this part is unnecessary. Like, if she's calm enough to be saying this in a like well-ordered way, she's calm enough to know that she should shut the fuck up and actually investigate. Like, to me, she should either be too angry to be able to express her thoughts like this, or calm enough that she can actually work on it. Like, this is like, she's like, she's angry and emotional about it, but she's explaining to us that she's angry and like. Like, this feels incredibly forced, yeah. English voice acting is just bad. I mean, it's not the voice acting. It's the dialogue itself. She's explaining her anger and not showing it. Yeah, and like, this makes sense as something for her to say after we learn what we're supposed to do. Right? It doesn't make sense to me for her to say this when the Pyro Archon is trying to explain to us what we can do. You're delaying things. If you're calm enough to explain it like this, in such an articulate way, you're calm enough to know this is not the moment. It should have happened after the Pyro Archon was done explaining.
We supported her every step of the way, but what are we supposed to do now? Sit peacefully and wait for her return? Lose ourselves in grief over her death? Tell me, are we her friends? Or her murderers?
Why are you saying this? The Pyro Archon literally just said, hey, can you guys help me do something about it? And she's like, what am I supposed to do? Sit here and do nothing? No! Dumbass! What are you yapping about?
That's not fair, Mualani.
Like, this would make sense if the Pyro Archon was like, alright, I understand the situation, I'll investigate, you can rest easy. But that's not what the Pyro Archon said. The Pyro Archon wasn't like, hey, I'll take responsibility for this, I'll fix it myself, you don't have to do anything. Which would make for this to be an understandable reaction. Like, I don't want to rest, I want to do something about it. I need to. I'm responsible. But it doesn't make sense for her to say this in response to the Pyro Archon asking her to do something. Like, even in anger, people have an altered perception of reality when they're emotional. But an altered perception of reality doesn't remove the concept of cause and effect. If you're angry and your friend asks you, hey, are you alright? Is there anything I can do for you? You might answer, leave me alone, you're annoying, I don't want to talk right now. That's it's an emotional reaction that may be, like, wrong logically, but that is understandable. A reaction that wouldn't be understandable is responding to, hey, are you alright? Is there anything I can do to help? By saying, why won't you ask me if I'm alright? That doesn't make any sense. That's not something anyone would respond with. They may say, why haven't you asked me this before? Why are you never doing things about it before it's too late. But again, that's not what Molani's saying. He's not saying, oh my god, it should have been me who went. I'm responsible for this because that's not, that would be a reaction that makes sense for her to express in anger. But her saying, we need to do something about it, in response to the Archon saying, hey, we need to do something about it, doesn't make any sense. At all. The Archon didn't tell them what to do? I mean, not yet, because Molani fucking interrupted her. But she very clearly expressed that she was asking for their help with the investigation. I feel like you're just looking for a reason to hate her. I don't hate her, and I'm not expressing reasons to hate her either. I'm complaining about the dialogue being dog shit. To be honest, that's a bad take on your part. Why? Explain it to me. Explain it to me how it makes sense for her to get angry that she can't do something about it in response to someone asking her, hey, help me do something about it. The only reason she'd behave like this is if she felt guilty somehow. But again, like no. It is understandable for her to feel guilty. But that's not a reasonable... It's not that it's not reasonable for her, it's that it does not make sense for her to express it like this. Because not everyone responds to stress and emotions the same way. Sure, but again, when you ask someone, hey, are you okay? They will not answer, why aren't you asking me if I'm okay? Their anger can manifest in a lot of different ways because of their emotions. And they can overreact or underreact to things, but they will still react to the things. They're not just gonna say something that doesn't make any fucking sense for no fucking reason. I think she didn't like the answer. It's hard to say. She expects more from the Archon. If that's what happens, this is not what you would say. If you don't like this answer, you'll say, okay, like, I wish I wish the situation wasn't like this. I wish you were better at your job. I would like, but you wouldn't say, are we supposed to just sit here peacefully and wait for her to return? No, very clearly, this meeting is happening because we're figuring things out. She's trying to ask you to investigate. She's very clearly expressed in a way that you all have already seen that she is asking for your help with something and you don't know what it is yet. People say things that don't make sense when they're under a lot of stress. No! Again, that's the point I'm making. People say things that are logic, that people make wrongful assumptions about cause and effect when under a lot of stress and emotion, sure. But there is still a cause and effect relationship. Not everyone thinks like you. That's not what I'm saying! Holy fuck! I am saying, while people can make mistakes in their logic while under a lot of emotion, there is still a cause and effect relationship for everyone. You're getting one guide? It's multiple people. It's really fucking annoying, man. Yeah, exactly. It's she's too composed, that's the problem. It looks like she's reacting to something else entirely. That's exactly what I'm saying. This reaction could be a reaction to a different situation, but it doesn't make any sense here. It doesn't make any sense to say, what am I supposed to do? Sit peacefully and wait for her to return? In response to Mavuika asking her, hey, can you help me with this? That doesn't make any sense. Not just in the, her logic is flawed because she's angry, but in the, it's as if she literally was fucking deaf and did not hear what Mavuika said. But again, if she's able to be this articulate about it, that can't be what's happening. Is it not more in response to her not knowing how long it'll take, so she feels hopeless? But again, right, this is not a response to that in any way whatsoever. Like, this feels like she's giving a fucking pep talk to people who are on the fence about whether or not they should help. Which doesn't make sense at all in this context. How is what are we supposed to do now not a response? I don't know how long it will take. Well, considering that she has asked you to investigate and has not said yet because you keep fucking interrupting her the ways in which you're supposed to investigate, what are you yapping about? And again, right, like that's my problem. Is that this is too articulate of a response. And also, like, it's mostly the last line that bothers me. Like, the first 5 lines, right, feel like a stupid and angry reaction that is incredibly unproductive. But at least you can excuse those as, yeah, she's incredibly emotional and it's clouding her judgment. But the 6th line is not the same. It's like she forgot what the conversation was about and started yapping about something else entirely for fun. Like, this is something that you would say in the arena before Mavuika asks you to help with the investigation. That would be a reasonable place for her to say this. It doesn't make sense for her to say this now. She has already been asked to help. She has already been asked not to sit peacefully and wait for her return. What the fuck is this all about? Anyways.
It's all right. I understand your rage and your grief. Kachina's life means a great deal to me, Mualani. Believe me, I want to bring her back as soon as possible. I would give you that peace of mind if I could. But please, hear what I have to say so I can at least give you a broader picture of the issue we are now facing. Considering the recent attack on your tribe, I believe the Abyss has found a new means of undermining the rules of our nation.
You mean?
The Sacred Flame. The foundation of our resistance against the Abyss. If we continue to hold the pilgrimage and send teams to fight the Abyss, there will likely be more casualties. But if we stop altogether, the Sacred Flame will only grow weaker. The Abyss will scale up their attacks, and the tragedy we saw with the people of the Springs will only be the first of many.
I don't know what to think about Mavuika so far. I hope she's a twist villain. I feel like she's either a twist villain or gonna die. But like... or like at least gonna lose her Archon powers or something. It's like she's too valiant and strong. Like something has to be wrong. Maybe it's supposed to be balanced out by the fact she's ugly. Maybe that's the flaw they gave her. Isn't it good to have an Archon that straight up does its job? I mean, yeah, but it's weird. She's not ugly overall, but the design is kind of atrocious. I mean, that's what I mean. Venti also does his job. I mean, Venti does his job, but he's still not perfect, right? Like, Venti feels like an actual fully fledged character. He cares for the people of Mondstadt, and he'll do something if he feels that he has to. But he also really fucking likes getting drunk and doesn't really want to work too hard. Like he's kind, but kind of lazy, you know? Kinda. I mean, I wouldn't just call him outright lazy when you see the stuff that he did with Dvalin. I think it's hard to just call him lazy. His laid-back way of ruling fits the Freedom theme very well, yeah. Yeah, like, when it comes to Venti, as much as, you know, he's kind of uninvolved and shit, like, he did not require any sort of convincing whatsoever from us to do his job, right? Yeah, he didn't do everything himself and we helped him and all, but it's not like we had a scene where we needed to convince him, like, hey, you need to do your job, your people are coming. Like, he knows he has responsibility, and he doesn't really like taking care of things, but he will if he has to, you know? And not only that, but he doesn't need to be convinced that he has to. He's, at the very least, informed and involved enough to know when his involvement is necessary. Isn't Nahida the same, but she's just kind of cucked? I mean... kinda? The thing about Nahida is just... she's kind of incompetent, you know? She's more hardworking, and she wants to be actively involved more than Venti, but she's also, you know, kind of bad at her job, which is why she actually needed us to do a lot for her. It's not her fault that she's bad at her job, right? Like, I'm not saying it's her fault, but it's still the reality that she's kind of bad at her job. Right? Like, yeah, it's like you put an intern in charge of an entire division, no matter how fucking hardworking and well-intentioned they are, shit's gonna go wrong. I'm sure she'll grow to be a great Archon in the future, but she's still too new. She doesn't have enough experience yet. Isn't Nahida 3,000 years old? I think she's 500. Or I know because of the Yaimiko ads. But those 500 years were basically spent in jail, not being able to do anything, right? It's not like she has 500 years of experience as an Archon. She has 500 years of experience as a prisoner. And a couple months of experience as an Archon. You know? Johnny technically has the most Archon experience, yeah. Johnny is a bum. I mean... Johnny has his flaws. For sure. But I do think it's, like, fair. I think he's, like, he's easy to empathize with. Even though I don't really like him, and I think it was shitty of him to do the things in the ways he did them. The desire to be freed from his responsibilities after thousands of years is not something I'm entirely unempathetic about. Like, bro's fucking old. He wants to get retired. I can empathize with that, you know? The way he did it, like the way he went about things, I think is wrong and I think is irresponsible. But I don't think it's fair to call him a bum. Raiden is a bum? That's fair. That's entirely fair. That is entirely fair. He felt like his job was done. He could just leave it to someone else, so he just dipped. Yeah, but like, again, right? It's not just that he just dipped. It's that he was actively helping people that were trying to destroy Lina. But like, he said he'd step in if things went south. The way in which he said that, and the situation in which he said that, make it hard for me to believe. Bologna should be mad at Zajef, not Mavuika. Holy stall. True! I'm the reason that this is taking so long, Bologna. Here's son, the wheels of your bike are off. Also jump this canyon right now, but hey, don't worry, I'm gonna catch you if it goes wrong. It's actually worse than that. It's actually... Oh, you've managed to succeed somehow? Well, I surely would have caught you if you fell. Kachina was already rotten in Ninth Kingdom from all this stall, true. He would though, that's why he said he still had Gnosis until it was over. Okay, and what would he have done if Tsaritsa decided, hey, what a great opportunity to take control of the Liyue capital. I'm gonna go stall Zhongli while Zyle is doing his thing. Like, he's stronger than her lore-wise. That doesn't really matter. Like, he is actively participating in a plan that has incredible risks with people that are known to be incredibly fucking shifty and cunning. And he's trusting them to honor their words and to not go too far with it. He only made a contract with La Senora. He's an idiot. His mind is rigid and thinks contracts will be respected. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's kind of the point I'm making, right? Is his own perception of contracts means that he will never betray a contract, but he extends that consideration to other people as well, and he expects other people to live up to their part of the contract as well. In a way that I believe is irresponsible. I believe it's irresponsible to expect Senora to honor the contract properly. Like, I view it as arrogant and irresponsible. I think he was confident that he could step in and fix things if they broke the contract. I mean, that's a fair perception of it, but I view that as arrogant. Maybe he actually is that strong. But the reality is that we're not actually shown that. We just have to believe it because that's what he thinks, right? But it's kind of circular reasoning, right? The only real argument that he is that strong is that he made the contract trusting in his own strength. I like it when characters have flaws. I agree. I'm not saying it's bad writing. I like that he's somewhat arrogant and irresponsible. I think it makes him a lot more fleshed out as a character. I like that we aren't actually shown Zhongli's strength. And that we're left to decide for ourselves if his actions are the result of arrogance or confidence. I think that's a very good thing. It's part of why the Liyue Archon quest was pretty good overall. That ambiguity enhances the story, in my opinion. Zhongli has literally changed the landscape of Liyue in certain places. I mean, so have a bunch of municipalities that had mountains in the way of a road. You think the mayor would lose to... You think the mayor of a big city would win a fight against Zhongli? Like... To me, that's a completely irrelevant point. Yes, he's strong. I'm not saying he's not, but the idea that he is so strong that a breach of contract from the others could be completely fixed by him with no casualties whatsoever, I find to be very arrogant. It's not like he's omniscient and omnipotent, right? A breach of contract from the Fatui could very much still result in casualties from in Liyue. And sure, maybe he is actually confident that he could win, but I think it's arrogant to think that nothing can go wrong. If he's so strong, why did he avoid meeting Nevilet? That one I don't mind, because I think you could very easily argue it would have been omega awkward. I think that's a completely reasonable motivation for him to avoid meeting Nevilet. I think that's completely understandable. Because, yeah, that would have been omega awkward. I mean, if they breached the contract, you wouldn't give them the gnosis. They're doing the job only for that reason, no. I mean, sure. But, like, that doesn't mean they won't do it. It's not like the Fatui is one single person. It's a lot of different people. What if one of the soldiers misunderstands their orders? What if, like, the reality is that as much as you can end up in a situation where it wouldn't make sense for anyone involved to, or it wouldn't be a great logical decision for anyone involved to breach the contract, that doesn't mean the contract won't be breached. That doesn't mean nothing is going to go wrong. Right? And I think it's arrogant to assume that nothing will go wrong because both parties are because both parties have things to gain from the contract not being breached. It's arrogant and it shows that he's willing to risk his people's lives based on that confidence. Yeah, and like, it's also part of why it's a good idea for him to step down, right? Like, not only does he want to, because he's tired after doing his job for thousands of years, but also he's arrogant to the point of risking his people's lives, which means it's probably a good thing if he does get retired. I think it's a very reasonable interpretation of the situation to say John Lee's flaws as portrayed in the quest are a good argument for him to step down. You're saying it just creates an opportunity for potential conflict. They could do something bad regardless of there being a contract or not. Yeah, but he's actively helping them, right? If the contract was just, yeah, I'll give you the gnosis at the end, and he didn't interfere in any other way, then sure, but he is actively helping them, which changes the situation. In any case, the reason we started talking about Archons like that is because we were yapping about Mavuika kind of not having a flaw, so far at least, and how I feel like because of the way she's been presented so far, she's either going to be a twist villain or she's going to end up dying, or at least losing her powers in some way, shape, or form. It is the nation of rebirth as well. Why do you think she'll die or lose her powers? Because she's too good of an Archon. She's too good at her job. Something feels wrong. As much as Genshin's story is often kind of ass, the actual plot driving the story forward tends to be well thought out. And Mary Sue characters like Mavuika, as she's been presented so far, aren't really something Genshin does. Which is why I feel like there's something under the surface. It just narratively feels like it doesn't make sense. Anyways.
If we compare the two choices, the former seems to be the lesser of two evils. Sorry, I know that may sound harsh, but I bear the name Malipo. Weighing the costs is my duty. The raw truth can be cruel. But we need to understand it if we want to approach this rationally.
And what was the first one? Okay, so he's saying we should continue the pilgrimage. I see. Well, if people can't be revived anyways, then there's no reason why it would have to be people with ancient names who go in, which means we should go in, right? I'm guessing this is where it's going, right? Without the power of resurrection, there's no reason for it to be only people with ancient names who go in.
But what would you say, Mualani? This is personal for you. And unlike Kanich, I dare say it's not a simple case of weighing up which course of action is less painful, is it?
No. I can't choose between them, and I don't want to. Saying that one is preferable over the other is disrespectful to the people who suffered.
You're saying it doesn't matter whether I suspend the pilgrimage. The consequences will be equally painful.
Yes. What happened to Kachina breaks my heart. But I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice other people for her sake.
But it's not for her sake. If the pilgrimage stops, the Abyss is gonna get stronger and keep killing more people.
And that is the crux of the problem. It's not simply a matter of choosing the lesser of two evils.
But it is, though. Like, it actually is. It would be a different thing altogether if, like, there were no consequences to the flame going out and shit. But, like, that's not what we've been led to believe. It's like Milani is under the impression that she has to choose between the safety of the people and rescuing Kachina. But, like, the safest option for the people is also the option that rescues Kachina. So I'm confused as to what the conundrum is. I think she means stall the pilgrimage, Abyss takes over, versus keep the pilgrimage, more people dying. But Abyss takes over is also more people dying. Stopping the pilgrimage, like, they haven't presented an upside for stopping the pilgrimage. Less strong people die, thus tribes have more protection. I mean, if they don't go in the flames to weaken the Abyss is going to get stronger and attack them in their territory, where it's going to be a lot harder to protect people who can't fight. No? Like, I agree there is a conundrum here, right? It's, do we fight, and if things go wrong, we don't slow down the eternal flame weakening, and we lose our warriors? Or do we not fight and just try to survive for as long as possible, accepting that we'll just die? That's the conundrum here, right? But, like, to me, that's very clearly, yes, choosing the lesser of two evils. Or, I guess more specifically, it's taking a chance on trying to do something about it. But, like, why is Molani saying I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice other people for her sake? It's not just her sake. If you don't do the thing that is going to result in Kachina being saved, everyone's gonna fucking die. The Abyss is gonna, the flame is gonna weaken, the Abyss is gonna get stronger, and they're gonna fucking destroy Nalin. Like, it's like, it's another case of Molani just yapping shit that doesn't have anything to do with the current situation. Molani's stalling, yeah, pretty much. Is Molani about to become worse than Kanish? Okay, here's the thing, right? Kanish is an unlikable, arrogant asshole, but I don't think he's poorly written. Molani is an empathetic, nice, kind girl, but her dialogue is written like dog shit. I wouldn't like Kanish as a person, but I like him as a character. For the same reason why Nendo is my favorite character of all time. If Nendo was a real person, I don't think I could stand him. But as a fictional character, he's so fucking funny. From Psychic A, yeah. Kanish is kind, to be honest. He's just awful at showing it through words. I mean, sure, that's a fair interpretation of him, but that's not that's not incompatible with him being arrogant and an asshole. You know, I think it's fair to argue whether he actually is arrogant, but he is definitely an asshole. I will not be taking any criticism on that one. Anyways.
Either way, there will be people who suffer, and the end result will be the same. Belief in the pilgrimage will waver. Once doubt has crept in, the people will no longer unite in battle against the Abyss. And that is exactly what the Abyss wants. Their ultimate goal isn't to break the rules that make the Ode of Resurrection work. It's to destroy the people's faith in them. To prevent what happened to Kachina from happening to anyone else, we need to suspend the pilgrimage. So that is my current plan. And in the meantime, I've made efforts to strengthen each tribe's defenses. Then, we have to find another way of strengthening the sacred flame to keep the Abyss at bay. This won't be easy. I'll need time to figure out the best approach. I understand your anger, Mualani, but I hope that provided some clarity, at least.
Wow. Paimon thought things were gonna get heated for a second, but the Pyro Archon took the time to explain everything so patiently.
I owe you an apology, Archon. I let myself get carried away earlier, and I'm sorry. You're right. We need to focus on finding solutions.
Again, it's this one, right? It's still this one, all right.
We could always hold the pilgrimage without sending a team to fight in the Night Warden Wars. That way, we would still be able to fuel the sacred flame.
I've considered that, but the two events have nearly always been linked. Without the chance to fight the Abyss, pilgrimage rankings lose their prestige, and competitor numbers will drop. With fewer participants, the amount of contending fire produced will decrease, and the vicious cycle will continue indefinitely.
So, essentially, the Abyss is taking Kachina hostage.
You've learned about the concept of ley lines during your travels, yes? The Night Kingdom is something similar. Staying there for a short period of time shouldn't have an effect on the person. But with the Abyss in the picture, it's a different story. Your sense of self will be devoured, until eventually you become one with the Sea of Souls.
Oh no.
Imagine pouring a cup of water into a rushing river. You can try to scoop up another cup, but there's no chance it will be the same water you had before. I won't sugarcoat it. That is the danger Kachina is currently facing.
That's not a very good analogy. Because, like, there's no real difference between the water before and after, even if it's not the same water. It's more like pouring a cup of tea into a rushing river. And then trying to catch it back with the same cup. Oh yeah, true. David would disagree. That's fair.
Just like you said, Archon. Both of these problems need to be addressed. You can focus all your efforts on dealing with the Sacred Flame. I will go search for Kachina.
Chat! How much tea do you need in tea for it to be tea? Like, if you dilute tea 50-50 with water, it's still tea, right? It's just like it's just less concentrated. What if you add 1 drop of tea into a glass of water? Does it become tea? I would argue it doesn't. Right? So at what point does it become tea? Ship of Theseus? True! I think 50% or more would count as tea. 50% what? 50% tea? Okay. I'll take a glass of tea and a glass of water, makes them 50-50. I now have a big glass of tea. I'll take half of that glass of tea and a glass of water, makes them 50-50. I still have tea. I'll take 1 glass of that and a glass of water, makes them 50-50. That's still tea, is it not? So clearly there's a problem with that definition. 50% of an original 100% concentrated solution of tea. But what is a 100% concentrated solution of tea? Does such a thing exist? What are you gonna fucking make? Tea syrup? Some tirrup? Isn't that just a leaf? Like... How did we get to tea crafting? True. Teary crafting. Pure tea enjoyers eat herbs. True. Anyways. How did he get through the first act in one stream? My bad.
The Abyss poses the same threat to you as it does to her. It is very possible you will not return. Knowing that, do you still choose to go?
Kachina's waiting for us to rescue her. That's all that matters.
I failed to protect her during our campaign, but I can make it up to her now. I choose to go as well.
Traveler? What do you think?
Understood. Then I'll support you in any way I can. The Masters of the Nightwind have a technique that can extract an ancient name from the ley lines. If we can find Kachina's ancient name, I can use the link between them to pinpoint her position within the Night Kingdom. Then comes the hard part. You need to visit the Night Kingdom in person and rescue her.
I'll do that. I'm the goat.
Isn't the Night Kingdom a land of souls? Can we even go there?
Under normal circumstances, only the consciousness can enter. But there is a way to go there in person. However, know that the Night Kingdom will attempt to repel you, and the Abyss certainly won't leave you be.
That's fine by me.
Same here. Fighting the Abyss is nothing new for me.
So, Paimon's the only one who's scared? Well, if you're going, Traveler, Paimon's going too.
You don't really have to, you know? I wouldn't blame you for wanting to stay behind. In fact, I'd be pretty happy if you did.
Citlali of the Masters of the Nightwind once created an artifact that can be used to communicate with the Wayab. We call it the Spirit Speaker Stone. It was originally used as a ceremonial artifact wielded by the tribal chiefs, but that spiritual quality also means it can be used to search for an ancient name.
That was the artifact I delivered to the Scions of the Canopy a few days ago. Didn't think I'd be hearing about it again so soon.
Oh. After visiting Kachina's tribe and Molani's tribe, we're now visiting Kanicha's tribe? I couldn't have seen that one coming.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Your thanks are unnecessary. I will offer you whatever aid I can, but your fellowship and courage are what will truly decide the success of this operation. Besides, you're the ones helping me. I can only focus on one thing at a time, after all. Traveler, I certainly didn't expect our first conversation to be so serious. I've heard all about your accomplishments. Ever since you arrived, I've been hoping to meet you and offer you Natlan's highest level of hospitality.
Why?
Why? Is that not what happened in the other nations you visited?
Yeah, things were pretty complicated at the start. And, you know, in the middle. But our reputation's solid nowadays.
Mondstadt welcomed us. Kinda, yeah.
That's more like it. After all, I've heard you're someone who transcends fate. Perhaps even more than you can imagine. But we can talk about that some other time. Ideally, this would be the perfect night for a drink and some musical ambiance. But there are important things to be done.
Oh, I almost forgot. Atea was wounded in the fight against the Abyss. She wanted us to give this to you. It embodies fond memories and my strength of will. That's what she asked us to tell you. She said you'd know what that means.
Isn't that what visions do? Kinda? Like embodying the person's will? Isn't that what visions are? Isn't that what we learned in Inazuma? Ambitions? I mean, that's the same thing. Kind of. Anyways.
I didn't think this day would come so soon. The flames of her life force. I can feel them flowing within the talisman. If things were different, the two of us could have enjoyed the hot springs together while she gave this to me in person. We're supposed to be hot spring buddies after all. But don't worry. This talisman means a great deal to me. I'll take good care of it. And once this is all over, I'll pay Atea a visit.
Loogie. Surely you will.
You said you didn't want to jeopardize the production of Contending Fire. But that's not at all why you decided to suspend the pilgrimage, is it?
You're right. Even now, the production of Contending Fire is far from sufficient. The gradual corrosion caused by the Abyss has resulted in a massive shortage of pyro energy, and we're currently at the breaking point. As things stand, the pilgrimage is a lost cause. Suspending it allows us to save our strength to defend the tribes. The Abyss has brought catastrophe to Natlan, and Kachina's disappearance in the Night Kingdom is a direct consequence of that.
We can't let the general public know that.
No. If the public learned that Natlan's destruction was close at hand, there would be immense panic. But if I said nothing at all, they would have continued to question the integrity of Natlan's heroes.
Another simple choice. The latter was clearly the better solution. But you chose otherwise.
I have never subscribed to the belief that the right choice is the one with the fewest sacrifices. Let's go. There's still a way for the sacred flame to last a little longer.
You mean?
Yes. Come with me.
Oh, cutscene?
The sacred flame must never go out. Not only does it strike fear in the Abyss, but it's also the pillar of Natlan's stability. So until our heroes are ready, I will sacrifice my power to keep it burning.
But that can only last so long. I think we should focus on the remaining ancient name bearers.
Don't let desperation cloud your judgment. Those chosen by the Wayeb have already embarked on their destined path. It is for them to decide how that journey ends, not us. All we can do is support them.
Even so, for you to make this sacrifice, it's not right.
If not me, then who? No other is capable of sustaining the sacred flame. I possess great strength, but I'm not above my people. This is part of my duty.
Cutscene? Cutscene.
Archon, it's the Fatui!
The Archon of Natlan. A force to be reckoned with.
Il Capitano.
The secret of the ley lines is no secret to me. Long have they been destined for ruin. And since the oath made 5 centuries ago remains unfulfilled, what use is the Gnosis in your hands?
I don't know what you mean. But it sounds like this is about more than the Tsaritsa.
In times of crisis, someone must pick up the mantle of salvation. Your plan has reached an impasse, and now it falls to me to create new rules for Natlan. But before the dawn of a new age, the old must be destroyed.
I assume that's the end of your speech? Good. People like us? Let our blades do the talking!
I feel like I'm gonna have a stroke, chat.
Masters of the Night Wind. Send word. The captain and his followers must be apprehended.
Are you alright, Archon?
Do we know where Capitano's from? Because if he's from Natlan, that would have filled up the ancient flame a little, no? You have the glow. Yeah, that's true. That is the Night Soul glow. But, I mean, that's not irrefutable evidence, but it does suggest that he could be from that one.
He was a formidable opponent. Exactly what I would expect from the first of the Fatui Harbingers.
I never imagined someone could match you in combat. If the Tsaritsa sent him here, why would he bring up what happened 5 centuries ago?
Yeah. And how much does he know about Natlan?
The Harbingers are all driven by their own personal goals. The only purpose that unites them is collecting the Gnosis. But I'm sure the captain has his own reasons for being here as well.
Whatever his motive, we should shift our focus to the Fatui. If they attack again, and we're not prepared, we're done for.
Mavuika offered Capitano to compete in the pilgrimage in the trailer. I did not know about that. That's good to know. So I guess that does mean he's from Natlan. Maybe... Because isn't that how they get fucking... whatever thingy for the Ancient Flame? Isn't it by having people fight here? If so, then a fight between... Contending Fire, yeah. We don't know the inner workings of how Contending Fire works, but wouldn't it be possible for a fight of those proportions to give a lot of Contending Fire and effectively be his own way of giving us a little more time without letting the organization at large of the Fatui know that he's helping us? Yeah, exactly. The dialogue suggests Capitano has a personal agenda, and it's not just about Harbinger. Exactly, right? Maybe his motivation was win or lose. Like, if I win, it means that she's not really strong enough to do anything about it, and it'll be my duty. And if I lose, I'll just dip, and I'll have help with Contending Fire at least, right? And the promise from 500 years ago is probably Natlan will do everything they can to drive off the Abyss. Maybe it's more maybe it's less obvious than that, but it will make sense, right? Anyways.
No, we're running out of time.
I don't think he was giving his all because every Harbinger has a second form. That's a fair point.
The wound I inflicted should hold him back and weaken him for the time being. Besides, I'm sure you noticed, the power that came to his rescue just now came from the Masters of the Nightwind.
In other words, there are traitors among us.
Among us!
Not necessarily. This could prove to be a very valuable turn of events. When we exchanged final blows, I sensed an unusual presence within him. I'll need to investigate further. Kinich, go to the Masters of the Nightwind and look into who could have aided the captain. Speak to Seat Lali. She should know.
Of course. I'll head out right now. Do you still intend to...
Yes, but fear not. Natlan's strength has never rested solely in its ARCHON. Together we foresaw the only path that leads to our nation's future. We must trust in that vision now.
Wait, who's she talking about? Together we saw the only path. Together with whom?
Is everything okay, Archon?
What if she means together with Capitano? She means the people? What if she doesn't?
Completely fine. Just lamenting the fact that I never got a picture when I could still turn my hair into flames. Too late now. I just hope the others have a safe journey.
Listen, it's been my position from the day I saw the trailer
What's happening at the
that
stadium?
Mavuika was
Did something
sus,
explode?
okay? From the very beginning. And her entrusting things to Capitano, I feel like would make sense based on where I expect the narrative to go.
It feels like the Archon unleashed her power. She must be fighting a formidable opponent.
Should we go back and check what's going on?
Have faith in the Archon. She wouldn't lose in a one-on-one confrontation.
Once we find Kachina's ancient name, we'll head right back.
Okay, let's just keep climbing. Emma really hopes nothing goes wrong.
That's Waina, the tribal chief. Let's head over to him.
Cheska.
Going to Kenich's tribe with Cheska instead of Kenich, why? I don't know.
Nice to see you again, Waina.
I guess because Kenich didn't volunteer for this, but Cheska did.
I'm afraid we don't have time for pleasantries, so I'll get right to it. We're here for the Spirit Speaker Stone.
Whoa, hold on a second. At least tell me why you need it first.
My friend Kachina is trapped within the Night Kingdom. We need the stone to find her ancient name and rescue her.
Rescue her? From the Night Kingdom?
That's right.
I'm sorry, but someone needs to tell you what you don't want to hear. Going there, a mature warrior would never make such a foolish decision. The nature of battle is unpredictable. You never know how it's going to end. Losing a friend is tragic, but when that happens, the best thing you can do is focus on how
Blood,
to
you don't
prevent further
understand the
casualties.
situation. Orders of the Pyro Archon, go fuck yourself.
I appreciate what you're trying to say, Chief Waina. But if the price of maturity is abandoning a friend in need, I'll choose foolishness any
Why
day.
is this your argument,
If
Milani?
Kachina's still holding on, then so will I.
That's not how you convince someone like that. Why don't you just tell him, hey, like, yeah, it's about Kachina, but it's not just about her. This is part of a bigger thing. The Orders of the Pyro Archon, get out of the way.
I thought you might say that.
Oh, it worked.
Is something wrong, Wayna? This
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
seem
never mind.
like you.
I take it back. It worked.
Life isn't complete without taking risks. That's always been your mantra.
It's
My
nothing.
bad. My
The Night
bad.
Kingdom
I was
is
wrong.
a dangerous place. Can't blame me for checking if you were up to the task. If you're that determined, far be it from me to stop you. Here's the stone. Keep it safe, okay? It's not like we have a spare.
Thank you.
Huh. Seems like you two go way back. But aren't you from the Flower Feather Clan, Chaska?
Oh, Chaska's a peacekeeper, so she's famous throughout the tribes. She's always the one people call to resolve conflicts, so we slowly got to know each other that way.
Isn't that just a nice way of saying I'm one hell of a troublemaker and I'm always fucking causing trouble for her? Damn, wait, no, that's fucked up.
Her younger sister Quichi's always hanging around our tribe, too. She's helped us out a lot in the past.
What a self-report.
Oh, you have a younger sister?
Yes, I'll introduce you to her sometime. But let's get back to business. Wayna, how do we use the stone?
As you probably know, your intended destination is completely different from the real world. The Night Kingdom is like a river flowing with concepts, and the ancient name you seek is like a tiny fish swimming downstream. In that sense, the stone is like a fishing boat drifting down the river, but the boat alone isn't enough. You need a fisherman experienced enough to steer it in the right direction.
We couldn't do that ourselves?
With a little practice, I'm sure you could. You have the strength and the talent. If you want to make sure this works, though, I could recommend someone to you.
Who?
Vichama, a legendary warrior and scout from our tribe. He's got a keen eye and a well-honed intuition. Even his ancient name means to seek. If you're fishing for a name, you're gonna want him on the boat.
Vichama? Why does that name sound familiar?
He's one of Auntie Atea's hot spring buddies. I've heard stories about him. Where can we find him?
Ever since Malco passed, he spends most of his time gazing out at the scenery from the cliff tops. Follow the path that way, and I'm sure you'll find him.
Thank you. We'll go look for him there.
Good luck. I hope everything goes well.
Gauge hot spring buddy. Alright, calm down.
Someone admiring the scenery from the cliff tops. Ah! That must be him!
What if you just gave him
Hello
a
there,
gentle
are you
push?
Vichama?
That's me. Did you need something? What? You're saying you can bring someone back from the Night Kingdom? How is that even possible?
I'm built different, Vichama.
No, if you really think about it, anything's possible in that kind of place. But that would mean...
Are you okay?
Everything's fine. I'll help you, but I do have a small request.
Who do you want me to bring back, Vichama?
After I help you find Kachina's ancient name, I want to use the stone
Yeah, well,
to
what's
look for
their
my
name?
friends as well.
Your friend? Oh, why not mention someone named Malco? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes, but I'd rather not get into it if it's all the same to you.
That's not a problem. We agree to your request.
Yeah. Since you're helping us find Kachina's ancient name, it's only right that we return the favor.
Then we're agreed. Can I have a look at the stone? I see. From what I can tell, it functions almost like an abyssal pylon. Both connect the Night Kingdom to the living world. Once the connection is established, the abyss will come surging through the opening like a predator honing in on the scent of blood. So we have to be sure not to use it in a tribal settlement.
Wow, you got all that just from looking at it?
I just picked up on the basics, really. I still have no idea why it works. You said someone named Lali invented this. They must be a genius. I'll go find an open area and start setting things up. In the meantime, I need you to get 2 things for me.
We'll go right away. What do you need?
First, I'll need some hook ropes. Pretty much every store around here carries them, so no need to go anywhere special. Oh, and I need to build a net out of them, so make sure you get a good amount.
Wait, are you saying you're going to use a real net to catch Kachina's ancient name? How does that work when one's tangible and one's not?
By creating something tangible in our world, like a net, we can create a connection to a corresponding concept in the Night Kingdom. Basically, I'm going to use the concept of a net to catch something equally intangible. An ancient...
Oh, I see.
That's a lot of yapping.
What about the second thing you needed?
Right. I need 2 chunks of obsidian. Once we bring the ancient names into our world, we'll need a place to store them. Normally, you can only get obsidian from the Children of Echoes, but I heard there's a traveling merchant from that tribe around here somewhere, so maybe you can try your luck there.
Gotcha!
All right, let's split up. See that clearing? Let's meet over there when you're done. Oh, and you can send someone with me if you want. In case you're worried I might take the stone for myself.
What do you think, Chaska?
There's no need. Lena spoke highly of you. That means you're trustworthy.
I appreciate it, even though that doesn't mean much to me anymore. Anyway, it'll take some time to set everything up, so no need to rush. I'll see you in a bit.
Life.
What an odd guy. He seems so defeated, but also really invested in the stone at the same time.
I don't have any more insight than you, Paimon.
What do you mean?
Let's just focus on the preparations for now.
It's very obvious what's going on. His friend died and he wants to fucking resurrect them, so the stone is pogged for him. But his friend died, so he's sad.
Hang on, Kachina. We're coming for you. Hello. Do you have any hook ropes for sale?
Hook ropes? As in rock climbing equipment?
Yes. How much for your...
Oh, the whole thing? Let me see.
Deal.
Wait. Really?
What, you want me to drive down the price? We just need these...
Oh, no problem at all. I'll even pass along some
You better be
information on the
paying
house.
money.
These ropes are usually used by rock climbing enthusiasts. If you want to learn, Roka's the person you want to ask. All right. That's everything. Here you go.
Now we need the obsidian. Let's go talk to the traveling merchant Bichama mentioned.
Excuse me, do you sell obsidian?
Why, yes. I've got a chunk for sale right over there.
Perfect. Is that the only one, though? We actually need 2.
That might be tough. Tell you what, I'll take a look through these boxes over here, and we'll see what
One
we
doesn't
can
even
find.
know what he has in stock. What an incompetent merchant.
Thank you so much. Well...
Relax. Everything's going according to plan.
I know, it's just... I could tell Vichama feels the same way about his friend that I do about Kachina. I hope this chunk of obsidian isn't the only one. Kachina always carries all sorts of shiny stones with her. If I was the one trapped in the Night Kingdom, she'd have a whole pile of obsidian ready in a heartbeat.
Well, would you look at that? I did bring an extra. Here you go, young lady. How does it look?
Perfect! Thank you.
If you hadn't shown up, these stones would have just sat here collecting dust. I'll take 3,000 mora for both. Here you go. By the way, I heard you mention Vichama just now. You running an errand for him then? How's he doing? Malco's been gone for 5 years now. It's about time he started to move forward.
Yeah, sorry, but we have just completely interrupted his process of grief and have dangled false hope in front of his eyes. He is going to be depressed for multiple decades to come. Sorry, buddy.
Do you know what happened between them?
I heard about it in passing while I was
Sorry,
out
buddy.
drinking one night, but I don't know all the details. Vichama and Malco grew up together, and even made a name for themselves together. Malco was an amazing fighter, capable of knocking out multiple opponents in a single hit, while Vichama excelled at scouting and analyzing the battlefield. The two made an excellent team, and managed to beat back the Abyss.
Are we in a
several
hurry? Do we have time
times.
for this? We definitely don't, but that's okay.
5 years ago, they both emerged triumphant in the pilgrimage and were placed on the same team to fight the Abyss. But on the eve of battle, the Abyss launched an attack on their tribe, and Vichama suffered an injury to his leg while attempting to rescue someone.
Then what happened?
The team agreed that he couldn't fight the Abyss in his condition. Vichama didn't argue. He knew going to the front lines with an injured leg would make him a burden in battle. So they raised the issue with the Pyro Archon, and she agreed to let him stay behind. It's just... Malco and the others ended up facing hordes of abyssal monsters in numbers that far exceeded anyone's expectations. The team made an error in judgment.
How does he know
and
that?
they fell to the onslaught.
How does he know how many monsters they were fighting? Were they watching it on TV or something? If they died, it means they didn't come back. How do they know how many monsters they fought? He was told, yeah, but by whom? Who was there to witness these? They have a CCTV drone with them? I see. Mabuika can probably see, maybe. I didn't realize she could see inside the battlefield.
Vichama went into a deep depression after that. He blames himself for everything. Oh, you're not wrong. But it's possible he chooses to blame himself. Not because he did something wrong, but because he wasn't able to do anything at all. I've tried convincing him to move forward, to stop dwelling on the past. But the shadow of Malco's death hangs over him still. The Abyss has caused so much suffering, and some wounds never heal. I wish there was something he could do to make himself feel better.
Such appropriate music, yeah.
That's the gist of it. Maybe you could help him talk things through sometime. I would really appreciate it.
Oh, that's enough. Also annoying. Dude, what the I want to climb.
My
There we
apologies.
go. We'll be fine from here.
did you get everything?
Yep, it's all here. When do we start?
I've made all the necessary adjustments, so we're good to go. As agreed, I'll help you find Kachina's ancient name, and then you return the favor. Go ahead. Yes.
God. So I'm okay. I'm guessing we're gonna manage to rescue him, but he's gonna have been in the abyss for too long, so he's not gonna be like there anymore. Like we'll get his ancient name, but the cup will have been the wrong water, you know. The tea will be too diluted.
After Malco fell, I scoured the battlefield to see what happened. It turned out he wasn't bested by some impossibly powerful foe. He was dragged to his grave by the sheer number of enemies.
Oh. That's how they know, because he went. I see.
If I had been there, I would have been able to sense the danger. I could have warned them not to advance. I've always blamed myself for what happened. But when you told me about Kachina, I realized there's a chance Malco might also be alive, fighting for survival in the Night Kingdom.
But that happened several years ago, right? The Pyro Archon said all life within the Night Kingdom eventually becomes one with the Sea of Souls.
There might not be much hope, but I still have to try. Malco and I promised each other, even if we never managed to root out the Abyss for good, we would fight together until the end. All right, let's get to it. I'll start searching for the conceptualized version of Kachina's ancient name. If you see any fragments scattered around the area, please collect them. Make sure you prepare yourselves for battle. As I said, the stone will link the mortal realm to the Night Kingdom. The Abyss will likely emerge in response.
Look at that golden thing. It must be one of those fragments Vichama mentioned. Let's get closer. Whoa, monsters incoming! Watch out, everyone!
Solidify! Be sanctified.
Wind Strider! How much longer, Vichama?
Not long! We're getting close!
Vichama!
Quick! Take it! I found Kachina's ancient name. Hang in there, Malco. Just a little longer.
Something's not right. The power of the Abyss is getting stronger.
The Abyss is corroding his body. Vichama, you can't keep going. You'll die.
I should have died 5 years ago. I just need a little more time. Please, I'm almost there. Thank you.
Am I supposed to? Oh, I'm supposed to.
Whoa, watch out! The power of the Abyss is strong.
This power.
We got a lore moment. Holy shit.
Hanging in there?
Holy.
Malco. No! Why can't I find him? Why?
We can't wait any longer. Pull him away from the stone, Mualani.
I already tried, but the power of the Abyss has him in a chokehold. It's like he's tied to the stone with an invisible rope.
In that case, we have no choice. I'm sorry, Sea Lolly.
Get back!
Chaska,
The
wait!
bow user.
Ouch! What happened just now? It looked like
The stone's power was spiraling out of control. The only way to stop it was to destroy it. You were all caught in the shockwave of the explosion. You might feel dizzy for a while, but that's normal.
Give us a heads up next time, will you? You're lucky we managed to dodge it in time.
I thought I said to get back.
Yeah, barely a second before you made it go poof. Not everyone has your reflexes, Chaska. We were this close to getting dragged into the explosion.
Okay, I'll be more careful next time.
I'll be more careful next time I fucking explode something right next to you. Thank you, Chaska. I appreciate that. Would prefer if you didn't explode things right next to me, but I appreciate your consideration.
At least Kachina's ancient name is still in one piece.
One Piece?
Wait, where's Vichama? Vichama!
Vichama!
I couldn't find Malko's ancient name. It must be completely gone by now. Once your ancient name disappears, there's no coming back. From the very beginning, I knew there was a slim chance, but still. And now... it's too late to save him. From the minute he left that day, it was already too late.
Vichama.
I'm sure he's heard enough condolences over the years. Let's just give him some space.
To be fair, it's probably better like this. Imagine we actually got his ancient name back and then we went to revive him, but because he wasn't victorious, it just didn't work. And then on top of not getting him back, you'd effectively have the Eternal Flame calling him a loser. That would suck even more, no? I feel like that would be a little rough.
Huh? What's that in your hands, Vichama? It looks like something's glowing.
Huh? This is...
Hey, Malko. Got any strength left?
Not enough to swing a sword, but to say a few last words? Sure.
Too bad. No one will get to hear them. I never thought I'd actually die on this mission. Not that I'm afraid to die. It's just... hard. Thinking about my mom's face when she hears the news.
Guess I have something to be thankful for then. My parents died a long time ago. They won't have to mourn me. Pisak! Always had to beat me at everything, didn't you? Right to the end, you were never one for goodbyes. Maybe you're right. Maybe no one will get to hear our last words. But just in case, Vichama, I'm so glad you didn't come with us. Don't be sad. Just keep on living. For the both of us.
Was that a memory?
Seems like we were able to salvage something after all.
Of course. Seeing him, hearing his voice again, it makes me unbelievably happy. But
so many enemies and it's
it also
3
brings
rift
with
outs.
it an even deeper pain.
True, actually. These guys suck, man. What the fuck?
A deeper pain? Why?
Malko was always the type to put on a brave face. But in that memory just now, his hands were shaking, and his smile was forced. For all these years, I regretted not being able to fight alongside him to the end. And now I know, at the end of his life, he was thinking the same thing.
Vichama.
I'm fine. Actually, I heard Chief Wyna wasn't really on board with your plan to go to the Night Kingdom. When you asked for my help, I hesitated too. I knew helping you find your friend's ancient name meant leading you one step closer to danger.
Doesn't matter, dude.
But I also understood why you had to try. Everyone has regrets in life, but not everyone gets the chance to make up for them. Once allowed to fester, guilt strips us of our most valuable qualities as warriors. In that sense, we might as well choose the braver path from the very beginning. If I could do it all over again, I would have followed Malco to the front lines no matter what. Even with an injured leg, there were still things I could have done. That way, even if the outcome stayed the same, I still would have fought alongside him to the end. There are critical junctures in life, and if you don't seize the chance to act, there's no going back. That's something I had to learn in hindsight. But you're still at the crossroads of your journey, so I hope you can walk away without regrets.
Thank you, Vichama. I have taken note of your advice to just fucking die. I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you, Vichama. I feel even more determined now. Kachina will come back to us. I'll make sure of it. I promised I would find her, and I intend to keep that promise.
That's good to hear. Strange. My body, it's...
Once abyssal corrosion enters the body, a portion will fuse itself to your internal organs. Even though the Traveler possesses powers of purification, the corrosion can never be fully eradicated. Thanks to her, though, you are only briefly exposed. Slowing your breathing and controlling your emotion should help you keep the symptoms in check.
That does make me feel better. You seem very knowledgeable about all this.
Just speaking from experience, that's all.
Anyway, we've recovered Kachina's ancient name, so we're off to a great start. Let's get Vichama back to his tribe and tell Wyna the good news. Oh, and apologize for destroying the Spirit Speaker Stone. We had no choice, though, so he'll probably understand. Right?
Koichi, are you really gonna just stand there like that? I don't know what you want from me.
I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say, Uncle Wyna. I can hear it in your voice.
Honestly, it's just one thing after another with you two. They're back.
Koichi? What are you doing here?
Don't play dumb with your own sister. You know exactly why I'm here. My apologies, everyone. I just need to borrow Chaska for a few minutes. You come with me.
Wait. Are they adopted sisters? Or are Chaska's elf ears just, like, fucking aesthetic? Stepsister, I see.
I'll be just a moment.
Who is that?
Chaska is a cosplayer, I see.
Koichi, Chaska's younger sister. Although the two aren't actually related by blood, it's kind of a long story. It's not really my story to tell, but I guess it's not a secret. You see, Chaska was actually raised by cuckoo sores. She was afflicted with a rare disease when she was a child, and abandoned in the wild as a result. The Abyss found her out there, all on her own, and tried to devour her. But in the end, all that did was trigger her will to live. That strength of will pushed her to survive, but it also planted a seed of conflict within her. Eventually, she was adopted by the cuckoo sores.
Named Ligma, true.
Wherever they went, she followed, getting into fights right and left.
For some reason, Paimon can totally imagine that.
Well, when Chaska finally returned to human society, it was Koichi's parents who adopted her. At the time, Chaska still had a habit of getting into fights, so Koichi was always taking her around, apologizing to everyone.
Ah, I remember those days. One of those fights was definitely with me. But, you know, kids. You're fighting one minute and your friend's the next. Eventually, she found a way to rein in that desire to fight. And now she's who people call to resolve conflicts. She's known as the Peacemaker.
You were there when someone told us that, like, 3 minutes ago, Milani.
It sounds like she still argues with Koichi, though. Don't siblings usually stop fighting when they get older?
That's partly my fault. Koichi asked me to stop Chaska from doing anything dangerous, but you probably know by now, once Chaska makes up her mind, there's no changing it.
Oh, I get it. No wonder you tried to talk us out of going to the Night Kingdom. Chaska even said that wasn't like you.
I'm all for your adventure. You need to take risks when you're young, because by the time you're my age, you couldn't attempt something like that even if you wanted to. Better try now than live with regrets later. That's what I say. Still, I can understand where Koichi's coming from. In the end, nobody wants to sit back and let a loved one put their life on the line.
All right, it's just the two of us now. You have 1 minute to explain yourself.
I don't have anything to say. You don't have to approve, but you should know I only do what's necessary.
That attitude is exactly the problem. It's like you don't care. You try to sneak off to the Night Kingdom behind my back and then play it down as if it's just a trip abroad.
Well, technically I am going abroad, right?
Again with the excuses! We agreed, didn't we? There are 4 levels of danger. If it's not something urgent, you can only engage in level 2 danger and below. You can only go up to level 3 if a situation is so dire there's absolutely no alternative. But a trip to the Night Kingdom? If that's not a level 4, I don't know what is. And you were just going to sneak into the place without saying anything.
Guards! Thank you. Thank you for your swift response, guards.
What do you mean, sneak into the place? I always planned on walking in there with my head held high.
You bought off Uncle Wina, didn't you? He promised me he'd stop you from doing anything dangerous. Oh, it's like he didn't even try.
You feel like he went back on his word. What if I told you my mind was made up, and there was nothing he could have done? Not even by force.
Oh, I knew it! So he did try to say something, but you didn't listen.
This is important. If you were in my shoes, you'd make the same decision.
You don't know that? I'm a doctor, and I handle logistics. If you're going to waltz into a dangerous situation where you could lose control at any moment, it's my duty to say something.
All right, whatever. Anything else?
What do you mean, anything else? Why don't you reflect on what you've done and promise me you'll stay put?
Time out. Is this one of our normal arguments or a serious one?
Chaska, does it sound like I'm joking?
Then, you need to know something. What happened to Kachina was partially my fault. I can't leave her there to die. That's not who I am.
But the person you become when you lose control, that's also not who you are.
That's a different issue. You said it yourself. A person is only as good as their morals. If I want to live in Natlan, I need to display qualities that make me worthy of this nation.
Chat, why do you guys have to say something? I didn't notice it at first, but now I can't unhear it. Shut up. I'm gonna do chat the courtesy of not actually saying what it is. Those of you that aren't looking at chat don't notice it either.
I've also told you that managing your condition is equally important.
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices. All right, let's stop this here. If we keep going, I might actually have to get serious. And I think Wyna prefers his roof attached to his house.
Is that a threat? That sounds like a threat to me.
Koichi! Younger sisters are supposed to listen to their elders.
So, you're really going to go, no matter what I say? I'm supposed to be your sister.
Then support me. I'll be back.
It's so bad.
All you have to do...
Chaska. So, that's it. Why'd you have to turn out to be so darn annoying?
You two are something else.
Something you wanted to say?
I know you aren't related by blood, but you two sure are similar.
Really?
You know, I said that very thing to Koichi not too long ago, and she reacted the exact same way, down to the very tone of voice. It's not my place to get involved, but I will say this. Try to spend a little more time with your sister. You're tough kids. That doesn't mean you have to go it alone.
Thank you for the raid, Jay Stern. Welcome, raiders. We are currently in the middle of the Act 2 of the ARCHON quest. We've been doing this for like 3 hours, because I keep getting distracted.
Thank you.
Distractee.
Anytime. All right. If you're done with the Spirit Speaker Stone, you might as well hand it over.
About that.
According to Kinich, it's an important ceremonial artifact, so it'd be safer to keep it with me.
About that.
If only Tone-Gift Bard was here, he could have repaired it just like the Holy Liar.
It might be in a few more pieces than you remember.
Huh?
Jose is my favorite emote. Should we call it a Jose or
Sounds
Joe's?
like it was an urgent situation.
I kind of like Joe's.
If someone's life was on the line, then you had no choice.
I want to call it Joe's. I think it's funnier that way. Joe's as the... Oh. What's stopping you? Nothing, exactly. Several Joes are more than one Joe. True. Unpopular take, but Antonio over Joe's. Sorry, bud. That's fair, honestly. Antonio's kind of the GOAT. I will say, though, I do expect Joe's not to die down too much, because it just looks so much funnier than Antonio does.
Still, Citlali's going to be a nightmare to deal with now that you've broken her stuff. I'll explain everything to her later. Stay safe out there in the Night Kingdom, okay? I'll wait here for your safe return.
found Kachina's ancient name, too!
Augers.
Well, it's fairly complicated. Let me give you the condensed version.
The Fatui again? We can't go anywhere without them causing trouble.
But what if the Fatui finds out you've lost your power? Won't they try to take advantage of the situation?
That's why it has to be our little secret. No one else can know, or we're asking for trouble. Look, I wish I could offer you some sort of consolation, but I won't lie to you. With multiple factions closing in, there's nothing comforting about the situation we're facing. Still, all you need to do is focus on your goal. You can leave the complicated matters to me.
I can also step in on the Pyro Archon's behalf. There's a limit to what I can accomplish, but I'll help you however I can.
There's no need to be so modest, Yan-san. Your incredible strength has long been a well-known fact. You're the pride of your tribe.
Archon, I'm sorry about before. You have so much on your plate, so much that you have to worry about. But all I could do was focus on my own feelings.
You have nothing to be sorry about.
That's not true,
We all get
Moew. You're
overwhelmed
too
by our
nice.
emotions,
Stop it.
myself included. Your reaction to Kachina's disappearance, I understand that feeling very well. Well, now that we have Kachina's ancient name, let's go track her down.
No, you know what?
Follow me.
That's not true. This is a fair reaction from her. The writing for Milani's anger didn't make fucking sense, but her anger was reasonable. So it's completely fine for Mavuika to react this way.
What is this place? Hey, isn't that Atea's talisman?
Good eye. This is where I store all the various mementos I've collected.
Whoa. I've never seen this place before. There's so many things in here.
It looks like there are items from every tribe. Collecting them must have taken a lot of effort.
I suppose you could think of it as a hobby of sorts. In Natlan, everyone grows up listening to the stories of heroes. And physical items do a far better job of preserving those stories than our own memory.
You know what? Actually, stop yapping for a minute. I want to listen to this. Wish it was a bit louder. Hey, thank you for the raid, Fred. Welcome, raiders.
Now, I still have some preparations to make for the ceremony, so feel free to take a look around in the meantime. If you're curious about an item, I'm more than willing to tell you about its origins.
Alright, we'll have a look.
Please don't call me Zaddy.
Make sure to handle everything with care. This cup, for example, it's heavier than it looks.
This flower looks like it's thriving. You must be good at taking care of plants, Archon.
This fishing basket looks familiar.
Whoa, that belt is bigger than Paimon's head!
The Collective of Plenty are known for their bodybuilding competitions and contests of strength. This belt is a symbol of great honor within the tribe. The association with strength might also have been the reason the original belt was extremely heavy. It was difficult for even 2 people to lift, and even if a warrior had the strength to put it on, wearing it for any length of time would still leave them gasping for breath.
Sounds like it.
So the owner of the original belt, Kitera, commissioned a craftsman to make a copy identical in appearance but far lighter in weight. That is the belt you see before you. He would often wear this version when training in order to protect his waist.
Or he made a lighter version so he could wear it all the time and show it off. There are so many jars and potions around here. Do they have anything to do with alchemy?
No, those belong to the Masters of the Night Wind. They're ceremonial tools used to amplify the ability to communicate with the Night Kingdom and the Wayab. Yamaya is an expert in this field, and she taught me a lot. Even though she appears stoic and serious, she actually has a keen sense of humor. The tools you see here are quite traditional. Her students found them outdated, so she passed them on to me. The contents of the jars aren't all that special. Oh, except the big jar in the middle. That's what she really wanted to give me.
Ooh, must be something really cool. What's inside?
Grape juice.
Huh?
It's quite tasty, although probably expired by now.
Hey, there's a fishing rod here. It must have belonged to the people of the springs.
That's right. It belongs to a legendary fisherman named Matavaru. I have his entire set of fishing equipment, actually. He and I met in a tavern. He told me about a particular kind of giant fish and his meticulous plan to catch it. In his eyes, I saw a hunger and a strong fighting spirit. To him, the sea was the battlefield upon which he staked his honor.
So, did he do it?
The next time I saw him, he was covered in scars. It turned out the fish he sought had been corroded by the abyss.
Damn.
He managed to kill the fish, but sustained a serious injury in the process, which meant he could never go deep-sea fishing again. Can a fisherman claim victory if he fails to bring back his catch? That's what he asked me in the end.
Well, Paimon thinks he won.
That was my answer as well. The experience was far more valuable than the prize itself. In the end, he didn't want his tools to go to waste, so he gave them to me.
I mean, and so you decided to log them in a room instead of giving them to someone who's going to use them? That doesn't seem like a great way to honor his wishes for his tools not to go to waste, but hey, I mean, you do you, I guess.
Wait, that means you also know how to fish.
Maybe we can go head-to-head sometime.
They're here for lore reasons, true.
This is Atea's talisman.
I'm sure you're familiar with this one already. Atea was rarely ever without it. The talisman brought her a lot of luck in battle.
Is that all you have to say about it? Savage. Wonder if I could...
Starfall! Drop!
You just teleport. I want to see if I could glitch myself out.
The powder still needs some time to settle. So let's wait a little longer.
You missed one? Wait, really?
Well, what do you think of my collection? Do you feel like you have a better understanding of Natlan's culture now?
Yeah! If each item represents a different story, seems like Natlan's really been through a lot. Does every item hold a special memory, just like Atea's talisman?
That's right. The items in my collection actually serve a similar purpose to the ancient names passed down among the tribes. They demonstrate the true shape of time.
The shape of time?
Most people perceive time as a linear concept, almost like a straight line that can only move forward. We cannot change the past or predict the future, but there's also a different theory, one that I believe to be closer to the truth. Namely, that the past, present, and future all exist at once.
At once? Paimon's not sure she understands.
Let's say your journey ended right now. Thinking back on your experience in each nation, which one would you say was the most important? Exactly. Even at the end of your journey, the things you experienced along the way don't cease to exist. They become part of who you are. Take out a portion of that journey, and you would likely make very different decisions, and eventually arrive at a very different destination. The future is the same way. It exists even though it has yet to come to pass. We just lack the means to perceive it. Of course, there are those with the power to foresee the future. They simply call it by a different name. Fate. You're quite familiar with that concept, I would imagine.
That does kinda make sense. The future hasn't happened, but already exists.
Humanity excels at living in the present, but too often we forget the past.
What a load of bullshit.
And neglect
I mean,
the future.
it's not that it's bullshit, but rather that it's irrelevant. Whether time is a straight line or exists all at once, in what way is that going to change the way you live your life? It's not. It's just yapping for the sake of yapping. It could be true, it could be false, who cares? It can be fun to talk about, sure. But at the end of the day, it's just yapping. I like yapping. But it is but I can recognize that it is just yapping.
While the pilgrimage and the Night Warden Wars lead us to a better future. Only by uniting the people of Natlan across countless eras can we fight back against an enemy as formidable as the Abyss. To come up with such a set of rules, the first Pyro Archon must have possessed a level of insight I can only imagine. That's correct. At first, he was a mortal man with no special power. After he ascended to the Divine Throne, he used it to borrow power from the heavens and establish the rules of Natlan. Namely, a framework through which ordinary people can ascend to Archonhood. By holding the pilgrimage, we're able to determine the strongest among us. And when that person ascends to the Divine Throne, their inner flame will awaken. In addition, the sacred flame will grant them significant knowledge and memory of this land. After all, that's how I came to know everything I just told you.
So, it all comes down to the power of the Divine Throne and the rules. Wait, is that a family portrait?
Yes, that's my mother, father, younger sister, and the little saurians we raised. I turned a piece of my dad's leather armor into a canvas and commissioned a famous artist to paint our likeness.
Your sister is so cute! It looks like the two of you are really close. Paimon was having a hard time thinking of an Archon as an ordinary person, but seeing this portrait, it kind of makes sense now. It really doesn't look like there was anything special about you before. Oh, wait, is Paimon allowed to say that?
A little late for that question, don't you think?
Sorry! Paimon's so sorry! Paimon's mouth works faster than her brain sometimes!
Yeah. And a cheetah runs faster than a turtle. Sometimes.
It's all right. I'd never get upset over something like that. No matter what others may say, my past is a precious part of my identity. I'm forever proud of the life I used to lead. Becoming the Archon doesn't mean you sever ties with your family. The position just comes with a lot of responsibilities, so it impacts how often you get to see them. My father made the most delicious stew, so my sister would often bring me a large pot of his cooking, and we would sit on a blanket and eat it together.
She's talking like they're dead.
One time, we didn't close the door
they
securely, and the saurians you were raising ran into the room and knocked over the entire pot.
They're probably dead.
My sister immediately burst into tears. The two troublemakers were going for the meat, but when they saw my sister's distress, they froze on the spot. I still remember the way they laid there, sulking like a pair of children, even after making such a mess. It was frustrating, but in the end, all I could do was comfort my sister and move on.
Wow.
Paimon's gonna say something insensitive, isn't she?
Isn't that what being a family is all about? I think about that story a lot, actually. As the Archon, I made a vow to defend this nation, and experiences like that, they remind me exactly what I'm trying to protect.
Well, what happened after that? This portrait looks pretty old. Your sister must be all grown up by now, right?
I believe she ended up working as an architect and artist. She built many houses and crafted many beautiful works of art. Anyway, that's enough about me. Now that the powder is settled, we can begin. Ian-san, Mulani, Chaska, over here, please. Place the ancient name up there, and then we'll begin. Surely as the echoes of life resound through heaven and earth, so too shall our stories remain eternal. Ancient name, take us to your fated bearer. Allow her to answer our call.
Am I hallucinating again? Kachina, are you okay? Huh? I'm not seeing things, am I? Is the Abyss playing tricks on me again? It's okay, Kachina. It's just us. We're trying to find a way to bring you back. Everyone, you have to listen to me. I've been investigating the Night Kingdom this entire time, and I figured out what's wrong. The Wayab is being affected by the Abyss. I was waiting for the Wayab to send me back, but then this really strong monster came in and it almost killed me. The Wayab saved me, even though its power is weakening, so I've been hiding from the monsters while trying to find a way to help. The Night Kingdom has become a huge mess, though. I keep hearing these awful sounds and seeing really horrible things.
Don't listen to those sounds, Kachina. The Abyss is trying to strip you of your sanity. All you need to do is stay safe and wait for us. We'll be there shortly.
It's okay. I feel so much better now that I've had the chance to talk to you guys. You don't need to worry about me. I've never been strong or special at all, really. So I don't blame anyone for forgetting about me or leaving me behind. Just knowing you care is more than enough. I'll find a way back. You don't have to put yourselves in danger
Chad,
to
stop.
rescue me. You're always like this, Kachina. Now's not the time to act tough. We're coming for you, and that's final. I don't know what lies the Abyss has been feeding you, but I'll tell you something right now. Nobody here sees you as a burden. You're a victor of the Night Warden Wars, a hero of Natlan. All you need to do is wait for us to rescue you, and you'll get all the applause and recognition you deserve. I'm really scared. Everything's so dark and creepy here. And I want to go home. Still, I don't want you to put yourselves in danger because of me. I don't want to hold anyone back ever again. All you need to do is place your trust in us, just like you always have. No one fights alone. We're not leaving you behind. Not ever.
Yeah, we're so close. We can't call it quits now.
Looks like we've lost contact. Now comes the most dangerous part. You have to traverse the Night Kingdom in your physical form. This entrance to the Night Kingdom was left behind after an abyssal invasion. Even a brief amount of time inside could expose you to corrosion.
Well, that just means I need to bring a healer along.
I know. I'm prepared for that possibility.
All right, then I wish you all the best. I'll tell Koichi to be ready just in case. She's very experienced in dealing with abyssal corruption. That face you just made. Don't tell me you two got into another argument.
No, I just feel bad for creating more work for her.
I'll go with them too, Archon. The more people, the stronger the party.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone. It really means a lot that you're willing to brave these
Sorry,
dangers with me.
but that would be leakers.
There's no time
We
to
can't
lose,
have
so
that.
let's get going.
Now that I've lost my power, I won't be able to provide much practical support. But I can still keep an eye on the situation from here. Eon-san, I know it's unlikely, but if you encounter a situation you can't handle...
That won't happen.
I hope not. Be careful out there. I'll observe the situation from here.
Oops. I mean to. Doesn't seem like there's any chests. Right. Wonder if I could go out of bounds here, though. There's a chest here.
So we're underneath Natland right now? It looks nothing like Paimon was imagining.
That's because in the distant past, Natlan was home to an incredibly advanced civilization ruled by dragons. Humans only established their own society after the fall of the dragons.
So these are Saurian ruins? Wait, you mean like the elemental sovereigns? They had their own advanced civilization?
Yes, a really long time ago. Very few records have survived until now, so no one really knows what the devices here are for. These ruins have been abandoned for a long time. But with the recent increase in Abyss activity, the installations around here have somehow been activated again. So what you're saying is, we're not in for an easy trip to the Night Kingdom.
No. It's going to be obstacle after obstacle from here on out.
Why are you all laughing like that? It's creeping Paimon out.
It's the pre-adventure excitement kicking in, right guys?
Of course. I'm eager to get started.
Then let's go. We won't let anything stand in our way.
Is this climbable? It's not. Which means you can probably glitch into it. The best way to do that, though. It's probably just not gonna work here. Need to find a place that's suitable for it. Doesn't seem like there's any nearby. Maybe from in there. Pretty sure I fucked up. It does work.
Follow the wind.
Crumble!
As a professional trainer, I think you could stand to build up your endurance, Paimon.
Professional trainer? Paimon thought you were a warrior from the Collective of Planning.
Well, that goes without saying. But I actually work as a sports coach. I provide professional guidance for many of Natland's popular sports. And I don't just mean physical training. I design nutrition plans as well.
Ah, so basically no sugar, no soft drinks, no grilled meat.
Yeah, we'll be here all day if you list them out one by one. It's much faster to just focus on what's good for you.
I'll just grab the fucking soy. I give up.
Vegetable juice.
I give up.
You know, Ian-san, Paimon seems like the road ends here. How should we get across? Those guys look familiar.
We've fought them before. Let's go.
That
Show
was a
no
chest.
mercy.
I feel like I did, but I don't think there's any place that's suitable for a glitch inside the walls here either. Might be able to find one. Oh, wait, that kind of looks good. Wait.
Rise! Quake!
if it's a little further away.
Rise!
No. Yeah. That's okay.
Gather!
Yoo-hoo! One with nature.
Whoa, the place we need to go seems really high up.
Stabilize!
Into the wind.
The tides beckon. Settle down!
Okay.
Solidify!
The wind knows me.
Be sanctified.
Okay, the business? Sorry about the slower period for this.
This is the final stretch. We just need to climb up, and we'll be there. Nothing to it.
Easy for you to say.
This must be the entrance the Pyro Archon told us about. The one ripped open by the abyss.
Yes. There's something in the depths of this place that feels familiar, yet also foreign.
We actually have to go in there? Okay, Paimon just needs to psych herself up. Don't push her through before she's ready. Hey! You don't have to drag Paimon! You're pulling too hard!
Shut up, Paimon.
Looks like we made it. This is the Night Kingdom.
It looks so different from what I imagined in the stories.
That overflow of energy is probably what trapped Kachina here in the first place.
From this point forward, everything we know about the real world no longer applies. Anything can happen here.
Paimon's more worried about how we're gonna make it out. We obviously can't go back the way we came.
Do you see that patch of light on the ground? It's shining down from that fissure in the sky.
Oh yeah, right in front of us. So that's coming from up there? Oh, it's so high up. Did we really fall that far down?
Just like I said, our real-world knowledge doesn't apply here. We fell all this way, yet came out completely unscathed. If this was the real world, we'd have to climb our way back up to the entrance. But here, all we have to do is stand underneath the light and offer a prayer.
That's it? Right. We still got a job to do.
So that means all we need to do is find Kachina and bring her to this location.
Exactly. This light is streaming in from the real world. It's a link between the two realms.
The terrain looks difficult to navigate, and the visibility's not great either. How are we supposed to find Kachina in these conditions?
Yeah, these floating black things don't look super friendly either.
Those are all manifestations of abyssal power. Be careful.
Ghost! Attacking ghost!
Calm down, I'm here to help. You're the ones who helped Vichama, right? Yes, I'm Vichama's friend, Malco. I was completely lost to this realm until I sensed a mysterious power calling out to me. It's like it was seeking me out, attempting to reassemble the pieces of who I used to be. Of course, it could only do so much. I'm sorry I can only appear before you in this imperfect form.
No, we should be the ones apologizing. If the Spirit Speaker Stone hadn't become corrupted by the Abyss...
The power of Yaoi conquers all. True.
But we had to
It's a
destroy
good way to
it.
look at it.
Otherwise, Vichama and his tribe would have been in danger.
Of course. Thank you for protecting him. I never imagined that, even after all these years, he'd still take... Under the power of the stone, it felt like our souls were connected. Turns out even our regrets were exactly the same.
Whether in triumph or death, you want your best friend by your side.
Exactly. That may not be in the cards for us, but it's not too late for you. You're looking for a young girl from the Children of Echoes, right? She's being chased by an embodiment of abyssal power. I'd like to help her while I'm still in this form, so follow me. Be careful. This place has been severely corroded by the Abyss.
Paimon didn't realize it had gotten this bad.
It's like a seething volcano ready to engulf our world at any moment.
Engulfing lightning?
Ouch! Quick, get back here. You can't go wandering off.
I was
Stick
right
close
next to
me.
you.
My power will be able to ward off attacks for the time being.
The good old
We won't be able to keep this up.
faster than the
Let's try
walk,
another route.
slower than the run.
This way.
Kind of bullshit. But okay.
Not good. More monsters.
We shouldn't waste our time on them.
Oh, Paimon can't see anything.
It's easy to get lost here. Just stick close.
Hot take, these sections should be cutscenes. I disagree. I don't think they should be. I wish the gameplay was more interesting, but I definitely don't think it shouldn't be gameplay.
Did you hear that?
What?
Never mind. It...
Don't scare Paimon like...
I heard it too. It was a voice from the Abyss.
What did it say?
Doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't harbor good intention.
Paimon just heard it too! Let's keep going. Paimon wants to get out of this place!
Kachina! Alani? Looks like our reunion will have to wait until we take care of these monsters.
Good idea. Let's go!
Settle down!
Shockwave!
Hammer.
I wanted to pew 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 pew.
You're
It was
here.
a bad idea.
You're finally here! Thank you so much! That monster can appear from anywhere. It almost caught me a bunch of times. The Wayab's power helped keep me hidden, so I just tried to stay out of sight until you got here.
Had a girl. You did so well. And most importantly, you weren't hurt.
Should we start heading back then?
Actually, I have a request. Will you come visit the Wayab with me? I can't exactly put it into words, but something's wrong with the Ode of Resurrection. And I know it has something to do with the contamination from the Abyss.
That was the Pyro Archon's theory as well. Everything we've seen here certainly seems to back it up.
In the Night Kingdom, there are 6 main totem poles representing the Wayab of each tribe. You can think of them like the body of each Wayab. Additional totem poles, like the ones around here, serve as proxies to which the Wayab can extend their consciousness. There are countless proxies scattered around the Night Kingdom. Through them, the Wayab can extend their consciousness over the entire realm and track down souls no matter where they roam. But if a proxy were to become severely contaminated, then a soul could become lost within the Night Kingdom.
Judging by the current situation, I don't think we're dealing with just one contaminated proxy. Even if we could drive back the abyssal power from one of them, that probably wouldn't even put a dent in the problem.
Still, we can't just leave the Wayab to suffer. It's protected me this whole time.
I agree. We might even manage to draw out the monster that's been hunting Kachina. Getting rid of the monster might slow down the deterioration of the Night Kingdom.
Kachina? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a headache. And that voice again, telling me to abandon the Wayab and leave this place.
Maybe we really should leave. Kachina's already been here for too long.
No, I'm fine. I don't plan on listening to that nonsense. I can hold on. Just up ahead. I'll lead
You're
the way.
strong, Kachina.
Besides, I can still fight.
My goat.
So please, help me out a little longer.
Listen to me, Kachina. We'll come with you, but that's because we want to help the Wayab, not because we have something to prove. You don't have anything to prove either. It's okay if you reach your limit. We'll be there for you.
All right. The sooner we get this done, the better.
We've already come all this way, so we might as well try to get to the bottom of this.
Let's go. This way.
I'll stay here and try to stall the Abyss monster.
All by yourself? That's too dangerous.
Maloney, he's already dead. What are you yapping
It's
about?
all right. I may not be as strong as that monster, but I'm definitely more familiar with the area. Besides, I don't have much time left. If you're anything like my friend, I'm sure you're not particularly fond of goodbyes. So go. Achieve your goal, and return to the world where you belong.
Thank you for everything.
You're a true...
No one fights alone.
Does your head still hurt? Let me help you walk.
I'm fine. You should know I'm made of stronger stuff than that.
Epic battle incoming? Oh no, it's gonna be like one Rift Hound. isn't it?
Wayab, I'm back. My friends and I are here to heal you. Wayab, can you hear me? Wayab?
So we were right. The contamination is already too severe. It's preventing the Wayab from answering our calls. All right, get ready, everyone. Time to purge the abyssal energy from this place.
Careful. We've got company.
Oh shit, it's a Lecter! Huge!
Already?
You really think that puny soul could slow me down? Courage in the face of futility is pure folly. He tried to get in my way, so I disposed of him.
You killed Malcolm?
He would have dispersed with or without me. Rather than worrying about him, I would urge you to focus on yourself.
Blood, you're one Lecter.
You may have defeated others of my kind in the past, but underestimate me now, and it will be...
Blood, you're one Lecter.
No.
Unless you're level like 180.
Intoxicating. The destruction
You're not him. I'm sorry.
A masterful work of art. I strive only for the opportunity to see it up close. I thought this naive little girl was an exception, but it turns out humanity is full of lambs willing to offer themselves up to the slaughter. That is the tragedy of your short lives. You understand nothing of all-encompassing power. Ancient names, pride, friendship, all empty ideas invented to give you a false sense of self-worth. They possess no power at all.
Blood says this, but he's about to get fucking clapped by the power of the Hydro Sovereign.
The Pyro Archon created those grandiose ideals out of pure selfishness. Anything to avoid sharing power. Anything to avoid handing over the primordial gift to ordinary people like you. Don't believe me? Then ask yourself, why is the Pyro Archon strong beyond measure, while you, Kachina, remain so pathetically weak?
Kachina, give me your hand.
Why are we just fucking hitting him?
Feel that? I'm right here next to you.
Thanks, Moalani. You're right. I have nothing to fear. Because I'm not alone anymore.
Holy fuck. The power of friendship.
You're right. Maybe comforting ideals don't have any power, but you also couldn't be more wrong. You've never had to work for your own strength, so you will never understand the true source of our power.
Melanie, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but leave this to the grown-ups, okay?
What?
The courage we have to stand before you and not back down? It comes from our friendship.
I'll take care of him. Don't worry about
The power
that.
lies not in the ideal itself, but in our commitment to upholding that ideal, and in our decision to stand together and fight!
None of you are on my team.
Well said.
I'm gonna kill him without swapping to you once.
Let's go, Kachina. It shouldn't take more than 2 of us to handle an enemy like this.
Sorry in advance, but you?
There aren't many in Natland who can beat us when we're together. It's time he got a taste of that kind of power.
Fuck! I lied.
Here goes! Drilling! Let's ride!
And I can see that it really does not matter.
Amazing! Woohoo! Let's shred, Sharky!
Off we go.
Check-ho! Carving waves!
Bow your head.
We won! We actually won!
Yeah, I can see why you'd struggle alone, though.
That's what he gets for underestimating you two. Fantastic work, Kachina. Absolutely fantastic. This makes me so unbelievably happy.
I'm happy too, Moalani. Together we really are unstoppable.
Huh? What's happening? My ancient name is glowing? But I thought I didn't bring it with me.
It's probably a projection from the real world. But that doesn't explain why it's glowing all of a sudden.
Wait, does that mean you're...
That was a bold move, diving headfirst into the fire to save your friend, especially in a place so overrun with abyssal corruption. Still, seeing you pull it off was really something. Everything you said was exactly right. As isolated individuals, we stand no chance against the power
That's
of the
because you're not
abyss.
Neuvillette, buddy. I'm sorry. If you were Neuvillette, you'd be able to do it alone.
It took years' worth of scars and lots of unnecessary suffering for me to understand that for myself. The Pyro Archon's plan will unite us as one. Everyone has a part to play. Only then will we have the power to defeat the strongest of foes.
Who are you?
Tupac, a warrior from the people of the Springs. I fought against the Abyss during the invasion 500 years ago.
I've heard that name before. You were the giant who saved all of Natlan.
Since you were able to awaken my words from your ancient name, that means you have fully embodied the aspirations of the Wayub. Under the name Umoja, you shall unite the tribes and save Natlan from its impending doom.
Me?
As long as blood still runs through your veins, even the tiniest spark of steel against stone can ignite a flame. Its blaze will become one with our vision for Natlan. Even amid everlasting darkness, our bonds remain eternal.
Damn.
What's wrong, Moalani?
Ah, so many memories. My brain was just flooded with everything he once knew. So that's what happened.
What do you mean? Did you just figure something out?
500 years ago, they foresaw the very crisis we're facing now. Efforts to save Natlan started all the way back then.
We can go over the details once we get back. We shouldn't linger here longer than we have to. I know bits and pieces, but I had no idea Mualani was also part of the plan.
This sounds like something that's going to need a lot of explaining. Let's focus on saving the Wayub first.
Alright, it's time to channel the power of friendship into the Wayub. Hell yeah.
Okay, that should be enough. Wayub? Wayub? Can you hear me?
I hear your voice, Kachina, my dear child.
Great. Well then, I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. I just wanted to make sure you were okay before we leave, but we can't afford to stay here any longer. I was going to ask why you bestowed an ancient name upon someone like me, but it's okay.
It's a little passive-aggressive, Kachina.
I'll keep searching within myself for the answer. I'll never stop trying to improve my strength. One day, I'll live up to the hero you saw in me.
You are already an outstanding child in my eyes, Kachina. No matter what happens.
Huh?
You are all my most beloved children. It has always been my honor to protect and nurture you. Your ancient name is just that. A name. Much like your parents chose to name you Kachina, I also gave you a name, but it need not define you. Focus on who you want to be. You are already worthy of your name. Now, you need only devote yourself to becoming a better you. The story of your ancient name is for you to continue. Just like your parents, my love for you will never change. No matter what the future holds.
Thank you, Zajef.
It gladdens me to see the Pyro Archon's plan move another step towards completion. But it is time for you to leave this place. The situation here is getting worse. Go now, my children. Save Natlan on behalf of all you hold dear.
I know we've never met before, Zajef, but I just wanted to say thank you for encouraging Kachina. It was exactly what she needed to hear.
Whoa! What's going on? An earthquake?
We're out of time. It's the power of the Abyss. Quick, we need to run!
We're gonna surf?
It's a Sealy! The Sealy opened the way for
Oh,
us!
chest! 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 No, it's not a chest! Can you actually, like, is this a losable sequence? I kind of want to see what happens. What the fuck?
The opening in the sky! It's closing!
We need to hurry, or we'll be stuck here!
It deletes your account, I see. Gotta be careful not to lose then.
Watch out for the falling rocks! Quick, through the middle! Come on, faster!
We'll never make it!
Why aren't Kachina and Milani using their skills? Well, at least the ensemble is fucking useful, I guess. There we go. Uh-oh. Damn, if only instead of saying, oh, we need to leave 83 times, we actually just left. Oh, never mind. Pyro Archon is here to save us.
You've done well. Now come home.
We're back! The Pyro Archon saved us.
But she's not here. Yeah, didn't she say she used it all up?
She's still in the Speaker's Chamber. What we saw in the Night Kingdom was just her consciousness.
So you're saying her consciousness did all that?
Every great display of power comes at a price. You must feel terrible, Kachina. Let's get back to the stadium. The Pyro Archon said she'd have a doctor waiting for us.
I recommend getting a full checkup, just to make sure no damage gets left behind.
Paimon feels okay. What about you, Traveler? Right. You always seem to do pretty well against the Abyss.
Let's get going. We need to share what we learned in the Night Kingdom as well.
Right. The Zajef mentioned something about the Pyro Archon's plan. What is it exactly?
I'll let her explain everything. We're all a part of the plan now. Every move we make from here on out will decide Natlan's ultimate fate.
a lot less stuff here than before.
It's good to see you all here in one piece.
One Piece?
I know you must have a lot of questions, but let Koichi check you over first. It's best not to let any lingering effects of the Abyss go untreated.
Thank goodness you made it back. I came here as soon as the Pyro Archon told me about your plan. Take a seat, everybody. I'll examine you one by one. All right, that should do it for now. But just to be safe, I'll perform another checkup in a couple of days. I have to say, though, I've never seen anyone react to the Abyss like you, Traveler. It's like you're completely immune to its power.
She's always been special like that. She can even purify its power. Wait, now that you mention it, Paimon doesn't think she's affected either.
Given the current situation, that ability will likely play a great role in the events to come.
Of course. I still have patients to see, so I'll head out.
Thank you, Koichi.
All right, all right. We might not see eye to eye, but we both had good intentions. Just give it time. I'm sure we'll figure things out between us one day.
Yeah.
All right. There's so much to discuss, I don't even know where to begin. You've seen it for yourselves now. The devastation in the Night Kingdom. I'll get straight to the point. Natlan is on the verge of destruction. It's very possible our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Huh? No. That can't be true, can it?
Yeah.
That's right. But I've only ever disclosed that fact to the handful of people working with me to save this nation. Our looming destruction is not a recent development, but the inevitable conclusion of the disaster the Abyss initiated 500 years ago.
Mulan told us a little bit about that.
Also, chat, the zipper on Mavuika's suit goes all the way around, so it's actually two separate pieces of clothing entirely. I didn't need to know that information, honestly. I don't know why you had to tell me that.
500 years ago, all the nations of Teyvat were invaded by the Abyss.
Is there a zipper on both sides? Like, can you zip it down from either side? Or is there only one?
Unlike the other nations, Natlan never had stable and deep-rooted ley lines, so we suffered the worst of the invasion.
Only one zipper, I see.
The battle against the Abyss was exceedingly long and brutal. In the end, victory came at the cost of our civilization and countless lives.
How do you even unzip that? I don't know, man.
Even then, it took centuries of solving the disasters caused by the Abyss to finally achieve the peace we know today. And still, this is but a superficial victory. The forces of the Abyss have merely been driven back underground. Their threat to Natlan remains as real as ever.
I'd never have guessed.
The problems plaguing the Night Kingdom are all the more complicated because that realm is essentially functioning as Natlan's ley lines. Immediately after the war, our calculations estimated that we would have a maximum of 500 years before the Night Kingdom was completely lost to the Abyss. But at that time, we were a nation of the destitute. Our people no longer believed in victory, nor did they hold hope for the future. Our civilization was dying, our faith crumbling, and the line
Last
of
stream,
power
someone said
passed on
Jaska
from the
looks like
Wyatt
she was
nearly
made on
severed.
Dress to Impress.
If we didn't bring the nation back together, it would be foolish to even dream of defeating the Abyss in the future. So, the Archon had a long and involved discussion with the heroes of each tribe, and finally came up with a 500-year-long plan to save Natlan.
So that's what happened. After finding Kachina, I encountered a strange figure who gave me a series of new memories. Since the plan was mentioned in those memories, I guess I've been chosen to play an important role in it. But there's still something I don't understand. Those memories showed me the Pyro Archon from back then. And it was you.
Huh? But that doesn't make any sense! The Pyro Archon is supposed to be human. It's impossible for a human to live that long.
That's right. The hardest thing for humans to overcome has always been time. Or rather, the natural limitations of our lifespan. A god can extend a human's life by using a certain amount of divine power, or subjecting them to a curse. But, as we all know, Natlan doesn't have gods like that. We can only rely on our own methods. A human life is like a flame destined to be extinguished. 500 years ago, I placed my life within the sacred flame. Only by dying before my time could I have the chance to wake up again.
So, in other words, this is your second life?
Yes. We only managed to defeat the Abyss all those years ago because the tribes came together as one. If the Natlan of the future was to have a fighting chance, the Pyro Archons that came after the war had to rebuild the decimated tribes. The goal was to reunite the people and restore the strength of each tribe's Wayab. Once a tribe was back to its full strength, the tribe's Wayab would select a hero, indicating the tribe was once again ready for war. The Chosen would then stand by my side in defense of our nation, just like great heroes of old, 500 years ago.
So that means I'm one of the Chosen?
That's right. You bear the ancient name Umoja, the same one held by the hero from your tribe 500 years ago. It means unity. After your adventure in the Night Kingdom, I trust you've come to fully understand the meaning of that name.
So in other words, you always knew who the Wayab were going to pick from each tribe?
Not Tupac. Tupac was his actual name. No, his ancient name. Umoja was his ancient name. Hey, what's up, Art? Reply from mute. Time for you to mute the stream, bozo.
Yes. According to the plan, each tribe was supposed to have been fully restored by the time I awoke. But something went wrong along the way. The 6 heroes successfully inherited the ancient names from 500 years ago, but the intel regarding the plan wasn't passed on to them. Once again, it comes down to the deterioration of the Night Kingdom. Communication between the Sacred Flame and the Wayab has been blocked.
Just like how the Ode of Resurrection failed to bring Kachina back.
Exactly. It's just another tactic the Abyss is using against us. The Abyss may not possess intelligence, but its methods certainly aren't easy to counter. If we want to unblock that information from being passed on, my presence alone isn't enough. The ancient name-bearer must establish a greater connection to their name. So, I've tried my best to help them from the sidelines. Currently, Shalonin of the Children of Echoes, Kinich of the Scions of the Canopy, and Iansan of the Collective of Plenty have all been acknowledged by their names. During your adventure, you too earned the acknowledgement of your Wayab, Mualani. In the process, you gained the memories stored within your name.
But we have less than a year!
Yes, but we have no choice. We cannot start the plan until all the heroes have been gathered. That's also why I haven't been able to take action despite the urgency of the situation.
But if you knew this whole time, why didn't you just tell me about my role in all this? Wouldn't that make everything go a lot faster?
Because then the plot wouldn't work, so we're gonna need to make up a plot reason why she's not allowed to.
Perhaps, but the opposite could also be true. Knowing your destiny too early could mean failing to realize your full potential. Just like your determination to save Kachina, I hope your commitment to this endeavor comes from your own strength of will, rather than a sense of obligation.
So I suppose you're not going to tell us who the final two heroes are then?
That's right. Their time is yet to come. Putting pressure on them beforehand will only hinder their development. I can only trust in the judgment of the Wayab. I have never believed I could solve this crisis alone. In fact, it was precisely because I chose to trust and rely on others that we managed to get this far. Natlan's salvation lies not in its Archon or any singular individual, but in us all. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? I thought I might get away with avoiding the topic.
Huh? Oh, right! All of the stuff you stored here before, where did it all go?
Even though I sacrificed my power, I still needed a contingency plan to ensure you would make it back from the Night Kingdom. After all, I was the one who allowed you to take that risk, and Mualani has an important role to play in my plan. In addition to their sentimental value, the items I stored here held a much more important purpose: fuel.
Fuel? Ah, so back then, that's...
Yes. The stories embodied by those items are certainly important, but there's an even more significant trait they all share. Every item belonged to a hero of Natlan. Over time, they became imbued with a certain amount of contending fire from being carried in battle. On their own, each item's power is limited, but together, their combined effect can prove quite useful in a dire situation. By burning those items, I was able to activate the contending fire stored within them to open the boundary between the two worlds. It was a rather crude approach, so all their power was depleted in an instant, as you can see.
But weren't they all precious treasures? What about their stories?
That's exactly why I dragged you all here. No matter what, I never wanted the Pyro Archon to have to use that power. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Literally all we needed to do was spend like 5 less seconds repeating, "We can't stay here for much longer." And we would have made it without needing her help. That's literally all we needed.
You have nothing to be sorry for. You all deserve my thanks, actually. If you hadn't saved the totem pole, that area of the Night Kingdom would have been forever lost to the abyss. And then, it would only be a matter of time before the Children of Echoes was met with disaster. Besides, when those heroes entrusted their belongings to me, or the Pyro Archon of their time, it was out of a desire to contribute to Natlan's survival. If they knew those items helped save the present-day heroes of Natlan, they would not mourn their loss.
Even when you put it that way, I still feel bad.
There's no need. Remember what I told you about time?
Also, 500 years and she only gets one room full of stuff. I mean, this is only stuff from the people 500 years ago. It's not 500 years worth of stuff.
The people and the events of the past are never truly lost to us. We simply carry them with us in a different form.
Check the transcript? What? What do you mean? Archon guides. This is not... Okay, there's two ways to interpret this. But I think the comma suggests the interpretation that is not the one you're using. But you're interpreting this when those heroes entrusted their belongings either to me or to the Pyro Archon of their time. I'm interpreting this their belongings to me, or rather the Pyro Archon of their time, which is me in my first life. Nah, I mean... both are still her. Yes, that's what I mean. That's... exactly. Why would she differentiate? Because it's a bit confusing. So she's clarifying that the incarnation of me that was the Pyro Archon at the time, not the me from now, which is my second life. I mean, okay, I'm getting one guide. You're not having a reasonable disagreement. You're just repeating the same shit over and over. Anyways.
If you still have regrets, let them fuel your resolve in the battles to come. Your deeds will become new legends and nurture new forms of power just like the items once stored here.
Well, we'd still like to return the favor.
Well, if that's the case, just treat me to a drink sometime. Now that Kachina has returned, we can finally hold the victory feast and celebrate your team's triumph in the Night Warden Wars. And we could all use the rest, that's for sure. Plus, you'll be able to silence everyone who doubted you once and for all, Kachina.
Still, now that I know the danger we're facing, having a victory feast doesn't feel right.
Try not to let it get to you. It's important to stay calm. Worrying about it will only affect your judgment. All right. You should head out. I'll join you in a bit.
When I was young, I used to sit by the hot springs and listen to the stories of warriors from all over Natlan.
God, I'm getting chills from the music. It's really quiet, but... maybe Natlan's music is better than Sumeru's, honestly. Fucking hell, man.
They attract people from all walks of life. friends come easy here, no matter what tribe you're from. The people of the springs have never claimed the hot springs as their own private property. They are there to bring all hot spring buddies together. It's been really nice, seeing the children of my tribe get older. It's helped me gradually understand the true value of the springs. I've witnessed their energy, their determination, their absolute passion for life. Even when they cause trouble, I never managed to hold on to my anger for long. It's unbelievable how quickly they worm their way back into my good graces. I'm certain Mualani will become a great warrior when she grows up. She possesses infinite potential. I can see it. One day, when I'm no longer in fighting form, I'll come here and tell stories to all the children, just like those warriors did for me. So, you better get busy, Pyro Archon, or I'll end up running out of stories.
Our nation is engulfed in darkness.
God, is that the talking
Our
stick?
tribes stand divided, and yet you promise victory in the distant future. The Abyss is a cunning enemy, one that I faced in battle many times. Were that not the case, I would never understand exercising this degree of caution. My rage will never know absolution, and my power will no longer aid you in victory. But you came to me because you knew you could convince me with just a single sentence. I understand your choice. The heroes of today will forge the path ahead with blood and fire. Just remember to earn us the victory we are owed. Otherwise, rest assured, I'll find a way to collect the debt. For Natlan.
So, you're gonna head 500 years in the future to serve as the Pyro Archon again? But what about the you from right now? You're just gonna die?
You can't ask her those questions and expect her to answer, my dear. The decision is hers to make, and she deserves our support. We will do everything we can to rebuild the tribes. Don't you worry. Even across time, we will all do our part to fight for Natlan's future.
Yeah, Mom's right. We'll always believe in you, sis. Oh, seriously though, Dad should be here. Where is he?
What if the 6th hero's Capitano? What are they gonna do?
I imagine he
After
he didn't
really
know what to
awkward
say,
group
so
chat.
He chose not to come at all. Don't take it to heart, my dear. That's just who he is. Just remember, no matter what happens in the future, we will always love you.
Avika did say you'll have to participate if you want the Gnosis and the
I'll come
trailer.
find you one day.
And the Traveler wasn't allowed because he wasn't from Natlan, so he's from Natlan, so yes, could be. Yeah. And Capitano is aware of the plan from 500 years ago as well, right? Like, we know this from their altercation.
I know I can't live that long, but I'll think of something.
What'd she say? I'll come find you one day? Oh, maybe she's Capitano. True.
There has to be a way for us to meet again one day. If there's an answer out there somewhere, I'm gonna find it. So, don't forget about me.
Firefly incident.
If that's your decision, then you have my full support, Archon.
May our children live to see such a lovely son.
For Natlan!
Well, that is true.
No
He could
one
also be a
fights alone.
dragon. Who somehow survived.
The rules are my legacy. They shall grant us the strength to overcome the next tragedy.
War forged the 6 tribes, taught us how to fight, instilled in us what it means to love.
Who will be the one to bring this to an end?
We are the inheritors of memory and legend. Those who grew alongside sun and wind. Those who forged our own destiny and future. That is Natlan's fire. The lifeblood of our nation.
Damn, it keeps going. I'm guessing this is the low stakes aftermath of the story part of the arc.
Hey, Koichi! You here for the victory feast too?
Oh, no. I knew Chaska would be here, so I just came to deliver some medicine. I was about to leave, actually. It's not that I don't want to celebrate Kachina and the others. I'm so glad she made it back. It's just... well, I'll make things awkward if I'm around my sister right now.
Ah, well, you two had a fight, so...
She didn't cause any trouble during your trip, right?
Yeah, she was super helpful. She gave us a lot of useful information about the Abyss.
That's good. That's all I needed to know.
Is there a reason you asked? You were pretty outspoken when we first met, but now it's like you're holding something back.
We have spoken to her once before. Why are we... whatever.
Maybe it seemed unreasonable, picking that fight with her before you left, but I did it for a reason. Her impulse to fight is extremely strong. Her mental strength helps her rein it in, but she still loses control sometimes. I had no idea what you might face in the Night Kingdom, so I didn't want to take any chances.
So what you're saying is...
Okay, so maybe it sounds a little stupid, but it works pretty well. It helps her keep her cool for a little while, at least. Anyway, I'm just glad you were able to make it back safe and sound. That's all I wanted.
But do you really have to go that far? Can't you just talk it out?
No way. Chaska never opens up about her own pain, especially to her family. She can't learn about this. Or it'll be even harder to
We're
help her.
learning about Chaska against our will. True.
I appreciate the understanding, and don't worry. I'll find a way to help her ease this burden. Anyway, I need to get going. Enjoy the celebration.
Koichi really does hate Chaska, because why would she let her go in that outfit? True!
Oh, and if you ever need a doctor, you know who to find.
Huh. Who would have thought there was a deeper reason behind their arguing? In the end, it's all the Abyss's fault. Paimon's had enough of them.
Oh shit! Hey yo, Pakal might go?
Let's give a huge round of applause to our brave young warrior, Kachina!
Woohoo! Well done, Kachina. Thank you, everyone. I'm so glad I finally made it.
I always knew you could do it. With so much potential at your age, you have a great future ahead of you.
You're one to talk. Don't think I didn't know you were the first person to abandon your team. I'll be dealing with you when we get back.
I had no choice. My friend invited me. I couldn't just say no.
Oh, really? So you weren't just trying to get ahead in the first round?
I wasn't, I swear. I just happened to find that bearer injured in the wild, so I stopped to bandage his wounds. When he insisted on repaying the favor, what was I supposed to do? I'm just one person. I figured Kachina would have no trouble replacing me.
But the fact of the matter is that after your departure, everyone else started thinking about swapping teams too.
I'm really sorry, Kachina. It was wrong of us to abandon you like that.
It's amazing that you still made it all the way through to the Night Warden Wars. That's the highest honor.
So, what about you guys? Did you make it far?
Deserved. Deserved!
Our team captain drank too much the night before the competition and turned up late to the stadium on the day. We got disqualified.
Omega deserved. Holy.
Serves you all right. No sympathy from me.
Alright. There's no need to be like that, Uncle Pakal.
It's okay, Kachina. You won't get mad at them, so we'll get mad at them on your behalf.
Dear friends, I'd like to say a few words. Firstly, I'm grateful to my friends and our great Archon for helping to bring me back. This traveler and her companion Paimon are some of the strongest people I've ever met. If they were allowed to participate in the pilgrimage, I have no doubt that they'd win the whole thing. They've agreed to let me learn from them. With their help, I believe I can become even stronger still. And let's not forget my good friends, Moalani, Chaska, Kanich, and Ayan-san. They all helped the Traveler and Paimon figure out a way to bring me back from the Night Kingdom. They too deserve to be called our heroes. So, please give another round of applause for them. Thank you so much.
And he didn't do shit. You're actually so right.
Well said!
I'll drink to that. How does it feel being a hero, Kachina?
To be honest, it's a bit overwhelming.
Well, you better get used to it. Next up, undefeated champion!
Hey, please don't make fun of me.
Oh, there is a zipper in the back. Shit. Dude, what? That is crazy. It doesn't go around though? Are you sure? It seems a little weird to check, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna take your word for it.
Have some
I'm
fruit
gonna take
juice.
your
I
word
got
for it.
especially
Whatever.
for you
Sure.
two.
How did you know? That's Paimon's favorite!
You look like you've still got questions. Ask away. Because they had their own lives to live. The thought of telling them, abandon your families and everyone you love, and come with me to the end of time, for in 500 years Natlan will be destroyed, it seemed too cruel. You could just as easily point out that everything in this world would come to an end eventually. But life is short. And beyond a point, it just doesn't seem real. Imagine if I said, let's leave right now, and go save the sun because it'll flame out in a few million years. It would sound quite ridiculous. I couldn't make them shoulder that burden with me. Besides, every generation will have its heroes, this one included. The plan could still work without them, or, of course, without me. But since I was the one who came up with the plan, I felt duty-bound to see it through to the end.
Paimon's suddenly remembering that portrait in your room. Was that your family from back then?
Yes, it was. So when you asked me who my sister grew up to be, the truth is that very little information survives. From what I've been able to piece together, I can conclude with a reasonable degree of confidence that she ended up as an architect and artist. She played an instrumental role in rebuilding the scions of the Canopy tribe, designing and building many houses. But of course, none of her buildings are around anymore. Still, it was an impressive achievement, and I'm very proud of her. You feel loss keenly. It seems to stir up feelings of regret in you. But this is something I have long since come to terms with. This is a war, and there can be no war without loss. I am already far more fortunate than those who lost their lives to the Abyss. The people of Natlan look to me as their Archon, and the weight of their expectations is mine to bear. I must see our fate through to the very end, no matter what I may find there.
Yeah, doesn't that mean the way everything ends has already been written, including your plan?
I suppose, but so what? Don't forget, time takes many forms. The past, present, and future coexist, and all are equally important. Even if the future ends in destruction, there's still no reason to give up on the here and now. And it's precisely because we humans cannot know our fate that we will never give up on our struggle. This is a pivotal moment. We are still 2 heroes short. Well, 3 to be precise. There's one further hero who I'm hoping to get on my side, whatever it takes. Your resistance to the corrupting power of the Abyss is truly remarkable. It would easily make you an all-important figure in the upcoming battle. If you agree to join us, you will not only gain my full support in your journey, but I will also forge a brand new ancient name for you.
Ancient names can be forged?
They can. Several strict conditions must be met, but if they couldn't be forged at all, then the number of them in circulation would have long dwindled to 0.
So is Act 3 gonna be meeting the remaining conditions?
Possessing an ancient name would mean that your adventures in Natlan are recorded in full. Your stories would be remembered by our people for all the years to come.
I wonder if our twin has an ancient name from Natlan.
The Ode of Resurrection may have temporarily lost its power, but still, take this as my personal guarantee that I shall never let you fall. Just like in the Night Kingdom, I will be there for you. That is a promise I will fulfill at all costs. This nation always honors its heroes.
Yeah, We can't just ignore the situation here.
Ancient name is Joe's. True.
Wonderful. Then I'll reach out to Shilonen right away. She's the one who will forge the name. We've never forged an ancient name for an Outlander before, but I trust she'll find a way.
Act 2 complete!
My lord, we've received word that the Pyro Archon has lost much of her power. Although your injury complicates things, this is most certainly the opportune time to seize the Gnosis.
Okay.
Victory and defeat are rules, not outcomes. I have never taken advantage of an opponent in a time of weakness, and I don't intend to start now. As for you, I must confess, I did not expect that little trick of yours to save the day.
No matter how dense the fog, as long as the sun remains, we cannot turn day into night. She could have dispelled it. She simply chose not to. You don't have much time, and you're injured on top of that. What do you plan to do next?
I'm beginning to see just how useful you may turn out to be. You heard something from here, didn't you?
Is this supposed to be him looking at the camera?
Something else you'd like to ask? Well, our intel suggests he hasn't made any new movements yet. Although Kenichi's investigation helped us confirm that he's being aided by someone from the Masters of the Nightwind. I'm getting closer to narrowing down who that may be, but it's still unclear whether this person aided the captain out of willingness or coercion. If you learn anything about this during your adventures, please let me— something else you'd like to add? The Abyss is the most formidable enemy in all of Teyvat. In the beginning, it took failure and tragedy to even begin to learn how to fight back. All of the methods you've seen in other nations were developed based on experience and insight passed down over generations. We know them to work, but few of us actually understand why. It's the same for the method we use here in Natlan. Ever since ancient times, elemental energy has been one of our most reliable weapons against the Abyss.
But we could stop glazing the Abyss and just build Chengling. Good point.
As for the principles behind it, I'm afraid you might have to seek answers from someone older than the position of Pyro Archon itself. Something else you'd like to ask? That also comes down to the long-standing effects of the Abyss. Our people's survival is inextricably tied to the Wayab, but their power has its limits. They cannot offer our people the same degree of protection outside our borders. In fact, people who do decide to leave often suffer from memory loss and emotional issues. Everyone in Natlan understands this. That's why our people never leave without a good cause. Even if someone is left with no choice, the chief of their tribe must seek approval with the Wayab to grant them leave.
Could the lack of the Wayab's protection be why Bennett is so unlucky?
And the Wayab have always been very strict about granting that approval, since extending protection beyond our borders means consuming power reserved for our fight against the Abyss.
He doesn't have memory loss? I mean, I'm interpreting memory loss as in you forget the things you knew before you left. Not as in you get Alzheimer's. But I guess it could mean either.
Still, there's no need to worry.
Maybe Bennett
The
left
Wyatt
that one as a
extend their
baby. I mean,
protection to all
we
within
already
Natlan,
know that Bennett was
including
found
visitors from afar.
by an adventurer inside of a volcano as a very, very young child / baby. Like, canonically, we don't know where he was born.
Oh, something else you'd like to add?
Volcano, whatever, in a place. Sorry. Not a volcano, but whatever.
I've been through so much all at once. Everything still kind of feels like a dream.
Are you still feeling unwell?
What the fuck was that?
Nope, all better now. I told you I bounced back pretty quick, so don't worry about me. I bet you guys must be tired, though. Make sure you get some good rest tonight. You gotta recharge so you'll be in the mood to have fun.
Holy. Alright, Pakal, it's your turn. Come on, dance, bozo. Alright.
Now, at previous victory feasts, you'd always find me in the crowd singing and dancing. But after what I found out today, it's too much. I'm still trying to process it.
It does feel weird seeing you so out of sorts.
Is this another pearl of wisdom based on your adventuring experience?
Well, Paimon agrees with the Traveler. Everyone's come together to celebrate Kachina's achievements. That's gotta be a first.
You're right. Kachina looks really happy. And now I'm being the moody one. Ugh, enough doom and gloom. Time to shake it off.
It cost us a lot, but we got Kachina back safely, and that's what matters. There'll be even tougher challenges coming our way in the days ahead, though. We'll have to train harder, make sure we're in peak condition. That includes you, Paimon. I can do a special one-off session to show you the ropes. Interested?
No thanks.
Music reminds me of Dexter OST. Actually true.
It's rare to meet travelers as strong and brave as yourselves. Anyway, my sister's already gone back to our tribe. She has patients to treat.
Oh, we actually ran into her on the way here and, well, Paimon just thinks she really cares about you.
Yeah, I'm planning on visiting home myself in a few days. To tell her and the rest of the family that they need to be extra careful. I just hope they take it seriously. The Abyss has likely sensed your arrival in Natlan by now. So exercise caution on your adventures as well.
Alright, I think that's all the people we can talk to. No, there's still him. I don't really want to talk to him, though. Whatever.
My apologies. I knew more than I let on. Everything comes at a price, and most heroes aren't people who set out to become a hero. If you cling too tightly to your goal, you end up losing things that are far more precious. But in any case, we're now on the same page. I wonder how long before the two final heroes appear. From the Flower Feather Clan and the Masters of the Night Wind.
does it for the Archon quest. Oh, right. Okay. Finished the 5.0 Archon quests. I was pleasantly surprised by the characterization in the first half of the first act. What is that pose? I don't know. And the second halves, or the second act tournament. Wait, no. But was slightly let down by the beach episode and Act 2. Overall, I'd give the first act an 8. 9 if it was, if we didn't include the beach episode, and the second, that's 7. Spoilers ahead. Kachina's situation was presented in a way that made me care about her circumstances a lot more than previous Archon quests. And her interactions with Kanish and Molani helped develop their characters as well as hers. Throughout the tournament. The hot spring part was incredibly boring and somewhat predictable to me, and I hope we never see anything like that again. the fight between Capitano and Malika was fine. But it's difficult for me to know what to think of it before we learn more about his motivation. I imagine I'll appreciate it more in retrospect once we learn more about him. The Night Kingdom part was a bit too slow for me, but I don't think the plot was necessarily bad. Overall, a pretty solid start to the region. Excited to see where it goes. Alright! I have done my quick little Twitter review for it. And that is going to be it for the day. I hope you all enjoyed your stay. Would you care making a Blue Sky account for your Brazilian fans? No, however, if anyone wants to make an account on Blue Sky to repost what I say on Twitter, you have my permission and encouragement. Jeff is just jealous the sky is never blue in Canada. True. Alright, we can raid... We're gonna read Wop. Looks like he's editing a Genshin video. Alright, everyone go say hi, and I will see you guys around. Bye-bye.